intro.
But you will.
Yay.
Gotcha.
Got enough space? I got you sitting over there and spread out. Yeah.
So if you would just bear with us, there will be this awkward silence. We have to go on and hit the gavel right at 6 p.m. So we'll get started just a short time here. Oh, okay. You ready to hit the gavel? Okay. You have somewhere to be tonight?
It's only awkward if you can make it awkward, man.
All right, we're close enough. I will now call to order Apex Town Council regular scheduled meeting for Tuesday, May 24th, 2022. And before we do that, I would like to transition into a invocation time here. And while I was prepared to come in here tonight to talk about thankfulness, and we have so much to be thankful for in this blessed community of Apex, God has truly blessed us very well. But just a few hours ago, I learned that there was a school shooting in Texas, 14 students and one teacher. Loss of lives. And so what I would like to do right now is pause, take a moment of silence to pay tribute to all of those who perished, and of course the community in Texas. So if you would join me for a moment of silence. Thank you, and may we remember that hope is the force that keeps us in the time of trial. So keep your hope up for those in Texas and our community. If you're able, join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Stand. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. So tonight we have our new town clerk, Mr. Alan Coleman. He's no stranger to the business of the town clerk. The town clerk is an integral part of the success of our administrative processes here. And he has experience from Orange County and also Charlotte-Mecklenburg, right? All right, so to make this official, I will be administering the oath of office. So we'll do that at this time. Okay. Place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand. I state your name.
I, Alan Coleman,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and maintain the Constitution
that I will support and maintain the Constitution
and laws of the United States
and laws of the United States
and the Constitution and laws of the State of North Carolina,
and the Constitution and laws of the State of North Carolina,
not inconsistent therewith.
not inconsistent therewith,
Thank you. And that I will faithfully discharge the duties of my office
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of my office
as a town clerk
as the town clerk
to the town council for the town of Apex.
to the town council for the town of Apex.
So help me God.
So help me God.
I state your name.
I, Alan L. Coleman,
Do swear that I will well and truly execute
do swear that I will well and truly execute
the duties of the office as town clerk
the duties of the office as town clerk
to the town council for the town of Apex,
to the town council for the town of Apex,
according to the best of my skill and ability,
according to the best of my skill and ability,
according to the law.
according to the law,
So help me God.
so help me God.
I state your name.
I, Alan L. Coleman,
Do solemnly and sincerely swear
do solemnly and sincerely swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to
that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to
the state of North Carolina
the state of North Carolina
and to the constitutional powers and authorities
and to the constitutional powers and authorities
which are or may be established for the government thereof,
which are or may be established for the government thereof,
and that I will endeavor to support, maintain, and defend the Constitution
and that I will endeavor to support, maintain, and defend the Constitution
of said state,
of said state,
not inconsistent with the Constitution of the United States,
not inconsistent with the Constitution of the United States,
to the best of my knowledge and ability,
to the best of my knowledge and ability,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll now move to the consent agenda. All consent agenda items are considered routine to be enacted by one motion with adoption of the consent agenda and without discussion. If a council member requests discussion of an item, the item may be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I make a motion to approve the agenda.
All right, we have a motion. Second?
Second.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that passed unanimously. We now move to our presentations. And tonight we have Apex Middle School Student Equity Team in the house. Ms. Chauncey Hatcher, Mr. Chauncey Hatcher, excuse me, 8th grade counselor at Apex Middle School. He's the Equity Team Chair, and he leads weekly healthy conversations with students that addresses some of the most consistent issues that youth experience today. So I had an opportunity to stop in the middle school about 2 months ago, and it was a very productive meeting and learned quite a lot. So thank you for being here tonight, and we look forward to your presentation.
Thank you, I appreciate it. If I can ask quickly, again, good evening to everybody. Is it okay if we videotape this? Are we allowed to do that, the kids presenting?
Absolutely, yes.
Oh, awesome.
It's actually recording tonight, so it is on YouTube.
Perfect.
Yeah, so you
Even
can play
better.
it
I always
later.
wanted to be on YouTube, so thank you. I'll get us started, and I'll turn it over to Maggie Key.
Hello, and thank you for having us and inviting us to the town council meeting. We are Apex Middle School Student Equity Team. Today we'll be talking to you about the disciplinary system at our school and the inequities that are involved in this. As much as we dislike to admit this, but there are unconscious biases and inequities that occur during the disciplinary system process and reports.
Here's a graph of what groups of people are being disciplined at AMS. As you can see, it seems to be equitable. Here is sexes that are being disciplined at AMS. Although it seems inequitable, this is actually common in most schools. This is the student population at AMS in total. When we compare this to the data that we previously saw, the data is inequitable. And this is our goal this year, to create a system that is unbiased and equitable for all students. The topics covered in this presentation are hate speech, disciplinary bias, the disciplinary system, and the dress code. Hate speech. Our disciplinary system covers many topics, but it's missing an important one. Above are some categories listed in the disciplinary system. Although hate speech happens frequently, it is only classified as non-compliance or class disruption, but in reality, it's so much more than that. Hate speech has become a modern and common form of bullying, yet we feel like nobody is disciplining it. Over 10 days, we asked our classmates in different friend, race, and gender circles how many times a day they heard slurs. And you can see it's fairly consistent with an average of 7.9 slurs heard daily. So what slurs are being heard daily at AMS? I'm going to ask my friend Charlie to elaborate.
Thank you. As you can see, the N, F, B, R, and T slurs are constantly heard daily at AMS. These slurs target race, gender, and sexuality. People are being hated and bullied simply for who they are, which is something that they cannot control. Most middle schoolers experience hate speech, and it affects us more than other type of bullying. We should know because we're living through it. And so are a lot of other middle schoolers. So why are we not helping them? And why are we not helping us? I'll pass it over to Anne, who will cover dress code.
Another important thing we're going to be talking to you guys about today is dress code. We want to bring the student perspective to you guys because we know that everyone has a different stance on it. We've noticed as students that many people at our school get dress coded by body type and not exactly just by what the rules are. From our perspective, many brands we want to wear and many brands that are popular don't fit within the dress code, and we know that. Many times, I will go throughout the day wearing simple shorts and a t-shirt, and so will another girl at my school. And by the end of the day, I am asked to change, and I have been dress coded, but the other girl is still wearing what she wore, the exact same thing that I was wearing. And the other girl that is still wearing it is skinnier than I am. Another important thing that we want to bring attention to is the unconscious bias that is placed against people of color during dress code. Many times, I will be wearing a tank top and sweatpants at school, and so will a girl of color, and by the end of the day, they're in their sweaty gym shirt because the school doesn't provide any other clothes for them because their top was inappropriate on them, but not inappropriate on me, a white girl. It is time that we make it equal for everyone at our school and make it comfortable for everyone and make it so that everyone can wear what they want within the rules. Another important thing that we're going to be talking about today is disciplinary bias at our school, and I'm going to hand it off to Lincoln.
Disciplinary bias. Whether we realize it or not, our disciplinary system is flawed. The problem here is that we all have unconscious bias, and this unconscious bias leads to our disciplinary system not being used equitably. Here we have some examples that are based on real situations. Here we have Ms. Jenkins, a middle school teacher, and Kate and Molly, her students. Kate, who is a white female, was stealing things from her classmates. Ms. Jenkins, who is also a white female, her teacher heard about this and decided not to get her in trouble and just have a stern talking to with her. Molly, a black student who was also stealing from her peers, was caught. And Ms. Jenkins, instead of just having to talk to her, she wrote her up and Molly got suspended for 1 week. What's the problem here? The problem here is that Ms. Jenkins was not disciplining her students equitably. Why'd she turn a blind eye to Kate? The only difference between Kate and Molly was their race. And because Ms. Jenkins was a white female teacher, maybe she felt more connected to Kate, and that's why she didn't get her in trouble. Our unconscious bias leads to our disciplinary system really not being fair for all. So this is why we propose a new system, and I'll have Emma take over so she can tell you guys about it.
Which leads us to a new proposal, a blind disciplinary system. This way, it makes it impossible to make distinctions based on biases. We have 2 steps and 1 major effect. The first step is record, which means that a teacher is notified of a conflict and they are to document it, which race and gender are typically included. The second step is blind judge, which means a teacher who knows nothing about the identity of the student is to make a judgment on discipline. And the leading effect is no biases on students and no personal biases on demographics can get in the way of or interfere with the discipline. Some examples are 2 students who got in a verbal argument, a student was spreading rumors, and 2 students were having a physical fight. All of these issues will have an equitable outcome, which means no biases like personal and unconscious bias will interfere with the outcome of it, and it means that it means that the issues will get the rights and the equitable outcome. Topics covered. So overall, what we have presented throughout this presentation is hate speech is a major offense, the dress code standards are inequitable, the current disciplinary system is very biased, and we are offering a proposal for a fix. And our principal, Ms. Llanes, is on board with this, so we are excited to see how it goes. And I will hand it off to Maggie to give a brief description of what the equity team has accomplished this year.
This year, we have been obviously focusing on the disciplinary system and the inequities between the reports. We started off with dress code, and then data was brought by Ms. Llanes of the inequities. We also included differences between, obviously, genders and dress code. And then we also had multilingual or bilingual students create Spanish pamphlets for Spanish-speaking students for English-speaking students to communicate with Spanish-speaking students, and also teachers as well. And we have also focused on the data and the disciplinary reports, and just editing and creating forms to improve the system. And back to M.
We give thanks to our team members who gave us the wonderful ideas to make this presentation possible, and we give special thanks to our presenters and creators of this slide. Thank you.
Like to also, one of the things we appreciate, I speak for Ms. Mancini, who is the other faculty member who helps a lot with our student equity team, is that it is truly a team and not just a group of people. As you can see, there are students who are not presenting who came out tonight to support their teammates, and we just want to give them a hand because we really appreciate what they do. And many of them are 7th graders, which I love, so we look forward to working with them next year. So, Ms. Killingsworth, thank you. You had your child on our team last year, and she was always wonderful. So thank you guys for the time.
Thank you.
We're happy, courageous. We really appreciate you contributing to our community of belonging. Thank you for doing your part. I know I represent the entire council by saying this, but you are our young leaders. Keep going, and you have our total support. So any other comments from the council?
Y'all are amazing. Keep working.
And I look forward to seeing some of you right up here one day.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing to get a chance to see what you guys are doing, and I want to encourage you to continue to do it. The voices that you have need to be heard. And I appreciate you speaking forward, all of you. And you can't do it without good teacher support, so I appreciate you guys giving them the opportunity to be here.
Yeah, I'll just add, I'm impressed with how the approach was data-driven, how you gathered the data to kind of demonstrate your case to your administration as to what needs to get done. I think that's a great approach and a good example of how the type of thing you need to do to affect change in this world. It's great.
Thank you, Councilman. All right. Another round of applause. Thank you. Okay, we move now to presentation 2, presentation of Apex Latino Arts Festival Proclamation. And as we always do, we join in together, shared reading of the proclamation. So who's kicking us off? Mr. Gann.
Okay, this is a proclamation for the Apex Latino Arts Festival. Whereas the town of Apex and its wonderful people have been granted a pleasant climate, surrounding beauty, countless opportunities, and spirited citizenry, and
whereas these attributes have rightfully caused this community to be known as the peak of good living, and
whereas these attributes have also caused tremendous growth of the town, bringing diversity and progress, and
whereas it is appropriate to annually celebrate the good fortune of living in this community, and to do so in a way so as to create bridges through the sharing of unique and traditional Latino arts and culture, and
whereas the Apex community owes a debt of gratitude to all the men and women who have devoted their time and energies in making Apex a greater place in which to live.
Now, therefore, I, Jacques K. Gilbert, Mayor of the town of Apex, do hereby proclaim June 4th, 2022 as the date of Apex Latino Arts and Culinary Festival and encourage all Apex citizens, friends, and visitors to enjoy the celebration and activities. Signed this 24th day of May 2022. And accepting the proclamation tonight is Juan Ortega, Ivania, and help me with your name. Natalie? Natalia? Sorry about that. All right. So you want to come up? On behalf of the town of Apex, thank you for the Latino Arts Fest. We look forward to the good food, fellowship, dancing, and the art. So you want to just go by and shake every council hand and good show.
Muchas gracias. Gracias. See you before.
Yes.
Looking forward to it.
Thanks again.
There, looking forward to it.
Looking forward to it.
Muchas gracias. See you before.
All right. All right, move now to presentation number 3, presentation of Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month proclamation. Shared reading.
Okay, I think I'll start this one. Whereas Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month is a month to celebrate and pay tribute to the contributions of Asian Pacific Americans to American history, society, and culture, and
Whereas Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month originated in a congressional bill in June of 1977, on March 28, 1979, President Carter issued Presidential Proclamation 4650, proclaiming the week of May 4th, 1979 as Asian Pacific American Heritage Week, and
Whereas on May 1st, 2009, President Obama issued a Presidential Proclamation 8369, proclaiming May 2009 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and whereas Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders comprise many ethnicities and languages, and their many accomplishments embody the American experience, and
Whereas Asian American and Pacific Islander men and women are leaders in all aspects of American life, government and industry, science and medicine, the arts and our armed forces, education and sports, and
Whereas the residents, businesses, and government institutions of the town of Apex, North Carolina are firmly committed to celebrating and promoting diversity, inclusion, and cultural traditions of our town's communities, and
Now therefore, I, Jacques K. Gilbert, Mayor of the town of Apex, do hereby recognize May as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in the town of Apex and call upon all citizens to reflect on the significant contributions Asian American and Pacific Islander communities have shaped our national life. And that's signed this 24th day of May 2022. Accepting the proclamation tonight is Linda Jones, Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion for the town of Apex. Round of applause as she makes her way.
how you doing?
All right, another celebration for the town of Apex, presentation number 4, presentation of Juneteenth Day Proclamation.
and I'll start this one off.
Kick it off.
Juneteenth.
That's fine, you can clap.
Whereas our country is made up of people from every nation who are declared equal not only in freedom, but also in justice, both of which are essential for health, human civilization, and whereas our nation was conceived on July 4th, 1776, with the Declaration of Independence, the classic statement being, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and
whereas using his war powers as president, Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation, providing that all persons held as enslaved within any state or designated part of a state shall be then, thenceforward, and forever free, and whereas Juneteenth, also known as Freedom Day, is a worldwide celebration which commemorates the end of slavery in the United States of America, and
whereas on June 19th, 1865, Union soldiers led by Major General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston, Texas to enforce the Emancipation Proclamation signed by President Lincoln over 2.5 years prior on September 22, 1862, and to free all remaining enslaved people in the state of Texas. And whereas initially a regional celebration popular in Texas and neighboring states brought remaining family members together who had resettled after June 19, 1865, Juneteenth grew to become a national event during which African American communities gathered to share in the spirit of the day, featuring outdoor activities, food, and prayer services. And
whereas Juneteenth celebrations declined in the early 20th century, the result of educational focus which emphasized the Emancipation Proclamation, shifts in the workforce due to the Great Depression, and the popularity of the July 4th holiday, and whereas the Civil Rights Movement spurred a resurgence of Juneteenth, leading to the state of Texas declaring it an official state holiday in 1980, and continued to grow as an important national and local celebration of African American freedom, culture, and achievement. And
whereas the residents, businesses, and government institutions of the town of Apex, North Carolina are firmly committed to celebrating and promoting diversity, inclusion, and cultural traditions of our town's communities. And whereas since June 2020, the town of Apex has declared Juneteenth as an official town holiday and day of observance. And
whereas on Saturday, June 18th, 2022, the town of Apex will observe and mark this important historical event and encourage all of Apex to celebrate this important event that promotes equity, respect, and understanding between people of all backgrounds and cultures. Signed this 24th day of May 2022. So accepting the proclamation tonight is no stranger, Calabria Gilbert Lemire, Tyler Evans, Anthony Barnes Jr., and Reggie Jones. And, of course, Miss Colleen Moraes. Where's Tay at? And Taylor Ray. Taylor Ray for the town of Apex. Miss Linda Jones. All right, come on up. All right. Here it is. Mr. Evans, thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir. Everybody in.
sorry to trend here.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank
Good to see you again. Good to see you again. Hey, how's it going?
Thank you.
I do want to recognize that group. Same group from last year, the inaugural Juneteenth. They worked hard to put that together, so thank you for your commitment and dedication to it. Keep up the good work. All right, we move now to the last presentation, actually next to the last. Presentation of National Gun Violence Awareness Day Proclamation.
thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll lead this proclamation on National Gun Violence Awareness Day. Whereas every day, more than 100 Americans are killed by gun violence, alongside more than 230 who are shot and wounded. And on average, there are more than 13,000 gun homicides every year. And
whereas Americans are 25 times more likely to die by gun homicide than people in other high-income countries, and whereas North Carolina has an average of 1,388 gun deaths every year, with a rate of 13.3 deaths per 100,000 people. North Carolina has a 23rd highest rate of gun deaths in the U.S. And
whereas cities across the nation, including in Apex, are working to end the senseless violence with evidence-based solutions, and whereas protecting public safety in the communities they serve is the mayor's highest responsibility. And
whereas gun violence prevention is more important than ever as the COVID-19 pandemic continues to exacerbate gun violence after more than a year of increased gun sales, increased calls to suicide and domestic violence hotlines, and an increase in city gun violence.
Whereas in January 2013, Hadia Pendleton was tragically shot and killed at age 15, and on June 3, 2022, to recognize the 24th birthday of Hadia Pendleton, born June 2, 1997, People across the United States will recognize National Gun Violence Awareness Day and wear orange in tribute to Hadia, Pendleton, and other victims of gun violence and the loved ones of those victims.
Now therefore, I, Jacques K. Gilbert, Mayor of the Town of Apex, do hereby proclaim that the first Friday in June 3rd, 2022, to be National Gun Violence Awareness Day. And I encourage all citizens to support their local communities' efforts to prevent the tragic effects of gun violence and to honor and value human lives. Signed this 24th day of May 2022. Accepting the proclamation this evening are members of Moms Demand Action, and Tony Cope, Leah Cravat, Gerald Givens Jr., and Madhavi Cravat. Do a fist bump or shake hands, whatever you want to do.
Doesn't matter, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Oh, sorry, shake twice.
Thank you so much. Keep up the great work that you're doing. All right, move now to presentation 6. Have an update of the Vision Zero Traffic Safety Program presented tonight by Mr. Russell Dalton, Traffic Engineer Manager for the Town of Apex.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'd like to take this opportunity to update you on the progress of our Vision Zero Traffic Safety Program. We're currently working on an action plan. We have conducted public outreach and I have a lot of information on that to share tonight. And also want to talk about an event we have planned in June. So the topics tonight, we'll talk about the task force and steering committee members, which is a refresh of the members that were appointed for those positions. We'll talk about the schedule. We'll review the input we gained from our public outreach. Talk about our program goals that we have, and finally talk about the Safety Town event in June. So as you may remember, this is our task force. It includes members from traffic, planning, police, and communications. So across departments, it's been great to have that collaboration. It's led to a lot of interesting discussions and has helped further other safety programs that we already had in place that were brought under the umbrella of Vision Zero. And this is our steering committee, so these members have remained active, some in person, some virtual. We have remained in touch through email. They have been involved in helping to craft the goals, working toward our action plan. So to update you on the schedule, we kicked off the project in September 2021, and this is working toward an action plan to guide the program for the next 5 years. We went through data collection, we did a plan and policy review, we conducted public outreach January and February. This resulted in enough information to go through a goal setting and actionable strategy identification exercise with our steering committee. Now currently we're in May, where we have a draft action plan in progress, and I'm providing the council update tonight. In June we'll have our workshop number 2, which is named Safety Town. And in September, and actually this says September final plan and public hearings, but I have been asked to try and accelerate that to August if at all possible because of some grant opportunities that are coming up in September. So if we can meet the August deadline for adoption of this plan, that would be great, working toward that, toward those funding opportunities. So we did an online workshop in January through February. We had an in-person workshop at the Senior Center. We had multiple pop-up events. Through all these efforts, we had 275 different survey participants answering a lot of different questions about traffic safety, which was very important information for us to gather as we were looking at the actual crash data versus what the public has experienced and perceived in Apex. We did an additional pop-up event very recently, April 27th, because there was a concern about the lack of public input south of US 1. We did have input from residents south of US 1. It's just a lot of the input focused on areas north of there, but we still felt like this was a good opportunity. The steering committee was insistent on getting some additional information, and this was our opportunity to do that. So summarizing our public comments, first question, car usage in the past month. You can see Apex, we're a very suburban environment. 64% of the people use a car for nearly every trip. 34% use it for nearly every trip, but they also walk, bike, and or road transit. There are only 2% of people that rarely or never used a car in the past month. High priorities that we found from the public were, unsafe driver behavior, lack of sidewalk connections, speeding, and unsafe intersections. Our medium priorities were, some of the things we've also heard from the public in the past is nighttime lighting, crossing the street, lack of crosswalks, and what people would consider maybe unsafe cyclist behavior, and that could be behavior from cyclists that is resulting from a lack of infrastructure as well. We got a lot of additional comments about specific unsafe driver behaviors, as you can see, typical things like distracted driving and aggressive driving and tailgating. Plus we got a lot of other comments about lack of education, what was perceived as a lack of traffic law enforcement, issues with traffic signal timing and traffic signals and speed limits. We had a mapping exercise with a lot of different choices for people. So you can see here's the map populated by what people chose, taking the pin and dropping it on different areas of Apex. So this gave us a lot of good specific data for where people are seeing issues and what those issues are. So you can see there's a whole long list of different options people had to be able to use the map. And of course we provided the option for people to write in comments as well, which we were able to summarize. So we ended up with 522 locations with safety concerns. The top 5 concerns were unsafe intersections, lack of sidewalk connections, speeding, crossing the street as a pedestrian, and unsafe driver behavior. So those top 5 actually made up 69% of all our mapped concerns in Apex. And there were 4 main themes of concern that were identified through this mapping exercise. So there was a category which was about half, 47%, of what people feel unsafe about, things like unsafe intersections and speeding. 31% were made up of infrastructure needs, so where people identified a lack of a sidewalk connection or lack of appropriate nighttime lighting or lack of a bicycle lane or crosswalk. The next lowest, about 13%, were what people perceived as unsafe behaviors that we just talked about. So like unsafe driver, cyclist, or pedestrian behaviors people identified. And finally, there would be, something else category. So that would be like overhead signal signs, identifying roadway names, new traffic signals, or what people perceived as maybe bad signal timing. So we use this information in GIS to overlay on our maps. So, looking at all this data, you can see here where we have frequency of concerns, 1 to 3, 3 to 6, 7 to 9, and then 10 or more concerns. And we have also mapped out the school areas. So what we did identify, looking at this information, is 30% of all these concerns are within what we consider like an urban core of Apex within the Peakway. And then about 15% were concerns around schools. And then we also compared this to our actual crash data that we had 5 years worth of information provided by Apex Police Department, and compared this to our top 12 crash severity signals and our top 16 crash severity segments in Apex. And we did notice there is a significant overlap between our what we call our high injury network, where the most severe crashes are occurring, and our public concerns. So 9 out of our 12 high injury signal locations were identified by the public as concerns. 7 of our top 16 high injury roadway segment locations were identified by the public as concerns. And we did, again, as we discussed earlier with the public outreach, the high injury locations south of US 1, mainly on NC 55, were not identified as concerns, but do make up a high percentage of issues on our high injury network. And again, this is a lot of information, so if anybody needs to stop and examine, we can do that. But all this information that, will be in the action plan, and so I'm just going to move through and give you an overview.
Yep, I actually did have one on this one.
Sure.
So were these intersections normalized by the number of vehicles that go through them? And like, do we have a metric of like crashes per vehicle or something?
So what we've used in this is value of statistical life. So it's a metric that assigns costs to certain severities. So a fatal crash has a certain dollar value assigned, severe injury a certain dollar assigned, and then property damage only the lowest dollar assigned. So it's actually the number of crashes over that 5 years, but then it goes into that formula for what is the value of statistical life, and that is a federal highway formula, and it was last updated in 2016. We've reached out for more information, but they haven't updated since then. But we're using that same value to compare across all the intersections. So all the crashes, all the crash data in Apex have been geolocated and mapped to an intersection and mapped to a segment, and so you basically arrange those and run it through the calculation to determine which one is the highest dollar value in terms of the most number of the most severe crashes.
But if you normalize it by the number of vehicles, that would presumably indicate poorly designed intersections the most clearly, right? You would expect the most crashes to be where the most cars are, right, in general, even
the most crashes, that's correct. So I guess with the Vision Zero program, we're targeting more, the severe and fatal crashes. So the idea behind value of statistical life, it assigns a much higher value to fatal and severe crashes than it does to property damage only crashes. So you might have a location with a lot of vehicles, a lot of crashes, but a lot of those crashes are lower crashes, property damage only crashes. And you could have a location that's skewed even higher. It could have a lot less traffic, but you get a couple of fatalities at that location, and it would move it much further up the list.
Okay, thanks.
Yep. So this shows the ped and bike crashes. So again, similar type exercise. So where we have concerns mapped against where we've seen severe and fatal bike and ped crashes, and also these locations didn't necessarily have that same correlation, but it's somewhat to be expected because bicycle and pedestrian crashes are a lot more random. There's just not as many. You have an intersection where you have 20,000 cars a day going through. You don't have 20,000 bicyclists. You don't have 20,000 pedestrians. It's a much smaller sample size, so it tends to be more random in terms of the scattering of the data. It doesn't mean that obviously it's important to know what people's concerns are to identify potential issues and where the crashes occur to identify potential issues, and where there is overlap, that provides an even stronger case for improvement. So we also ask a question about what people's priorities are for public outreach and education. So speeding and traffic calming was number one, followed by pedestrian and bike safety, followed by distracted driver behavior programs, then safe routes to school, which we're very active in, and then young driver and passenger safety. So we took all the information, provided an update to the steering committee, and they helped us to define 4 program goals to guide the action plan. So the first goal is promote a culture of traffic safety that prioritizes equity and inclusion, which goes on to say include all users of all ages and abilities in planning, designing, and operating Apex's transportation system to ensure that all residents can travel safely while increasing the use of multimodal transportation. And the second goal of 4, address crashes through infrastructure investments. Apply countermeasures to improve roadway safety broadly, and focused improvements at high crash frequency and severity hotspot locations. Number 3, enhance town policies, processes, and evaluation to incorporate Vision Zero tenets. Consider the effect of all town decisions on walking and driving, fulfilling a vision that facilities are safely walkable whenever possible and drivable whenever necessary. And finally, goal 4, create and leverage partnerships to improve traffic safety and awareness. Collaborate with universities, businesses, state entities, and local communities to improve traffic safety and promote, educate, and encourage safer practices among people driving, walking, riding, transit, and bicycling. So I think we've covered quite a lot in those goals. Those goals, then what we've done is we've taken the goals, we've put in actionable strategies under that, and that will be included in the draft action plan that's coming out for public comment. Now, the Safety Town event we got planned for June 25th. It will be here at Town Hall from 10 in the morning till 2 in the afternoon. The farmer's market will be next door until noon, so if you want to hit both, it's a great time to come in the morning. We'll have the draft action plan out for review by then on publicinput.com/Vision Zero. We anticipated, this says through August 1st, but we may have to condense that comment period somewhat if we're going to meet the August deadline for public hearings. We'll have what's called a traffic garden where people can go out and experience a kind of a virtual town and navigate through that virtual town. We'll have a rapid flash beacon. We'll have police are providing lots of interesting vehicles like the DWI simulator, the blood alcohol testing mobile, a crash trailer with a vehicle that had been in a severe crash. So that's a good educational opportunity. And we'll have lots of information. We'll have the larger scale maps. So some of the stuff I showed here that was really small, if you want to see it in a much larger size where you can actually interpret the information, that's a good place to show up and see that. So we are promoting that through utility bill mailers, the town website, social media. We have our QR code still works for our Vision Zero page that we have out on cards and signs. And we'll have out ground signs and message boards the week of that event as well. So that's it. So next steps, please visit us at Safety Town. And once the draft action plan comes out in late June, please provide comments. We're going to give it to the steering committee first so they can take a look at it, turn around some whatever their comments are as quick as we can to meet back with them before we take it out to the public. So. Any questions?
Just thinking about the timing of the infrastructure investments with funding allocations from council. Do you have any thoughts about that and how we might prioritize that?
Well, we would use Vision Zero as a tool through our typical annual capital improvement program prioritization process. So that would help to inform projects we already have in the capital improvement program and projects we might want to add. So that would be a new component and possibly a new way of looking at it. Vision Zero is also not just about prioritizing large capital improvement projects targeted for specific intersections. It's also about systematic improvements to the transportation network. So where we see opportunities for a certain type of treatment for intersections that could be applied more broadly. Specifically, we'll be looking at developing a countermeasures toolbox for improvements at intersections and other locations, trying to come up with low-cost, effective solutions. And there's a lot of national data, a lot of national experience on that we'll be using to try and implement in APEX.
Thank you.
I had a couple questions. One was related to that one. Is there a plan to have a table, kind of like we did for the Safe Routes to Schools, where it basically prioritizes and ranks with different categories the highest impact and feasible projects? And maybe we'll go through the list like we're doing for Safe Routes to Schools and possibly knock out several each year.
Yes, so I think there is going to be some of that prioritization work. One way we would be looking at is we just talked about the high injury network, about the intersections and the roadway segments. The one step beyond looking at those high priorities is trying to figure out what can be done at those intersections. There are some locations like it might be Laura Duncan at US 64 where it's high up on the list, but the solution might be an interchange, which is coming with the NCDOT's US 64 project. So there might not be much of an interim solution. But there may be another intersection, like for instance, Beaver Creek at Zeno, and it is part of our network over there on Beaver Creek Commons Drive. We're already implementing an improvement there. Adding turn lanes, putting in a traffic signal, making that intersection a lot better. A lot better to drive through, and that was a result of identifying a safety issue that was a council priority in the CIP.
Okay, thanks. And the other real quick was for the projects that may be lasting more than like 10 years or 20 years, how much is the report and the research that goes into it looking at self-driving cars and what kind of things they'll need to be able to function properly in hopefully the future when there's a lot of those out on the road?
So when it comes to self-driving vehicles, there is a lot of discussion, a lot of research out there. The main thing is making sure your transportation system is well maintained, making sure your pavement's good, your pavement markings are good, your signs are good. There are a lot of regulations about that, but yeah, there's a long way to go in terms of making sure our roadway network is adequate for those types of vehicles. Now, as far as As far as the capacity goes, there has been, it's kind of interesting to think about. You think about self-driving cars, it's going to improve, the way we drive around, it's going to make the roads that much better. There are roads that operate right now at extremely high capacity because of headways that drivers are individually comfortable with. If you introduce self-driving vehicles, the question is, what type of regulations might be put in place, for instance, like following distances and things like that. So you might actually reduce capacity on certain roadways with self-driving vehicles, depending on what kind of safety measures are regulated and put in place. You won't be able to go down I-40 at 85 miles an hour, 10 feet from the car in front of you necessarily. Some people do that today. Maybe the regulations will say that no self-driving cars can't do that because the speed limit is this and safe distance is, this. So.
I do want to say, Councilmember, I've been a programmer my whole career. I've worked on this kind of thing and self-driving, AI and all that stuff, it's what I do. You'll never see me in a self-driving car, just to let you know. I've seen what's behind that curtain. Don't do it, man.
Well,
that's my thought.
I figure
throw it out there.
If the road is well maintained and we do the right things to make it easier on those cars to do the coding. That's maybe
they're written by guys like me.
Yeah, that's fine.
And I'm telling you, don't get in one, man.
Well, that may be.
That's your last question?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much for the work. All right. All right, we'll move now to setting the regular meeting agenda, and you have the agenda in front of you. Are there any additions or changes to the agenda?
Mayor, I actually would like to add new business 2 to discuss, give direction concerning rules of procedure for the Apex Town Council. Brief discussion with my colleagues.
All right. Any others? All right, with that add on new business 2.
Motion approved.
All right, motion Gant.
I second it.
Second. Further discussion? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, passed unanimously. We have a set agenda. We move now to a public forum. And come tell us what's on your mind. We want to hear from you. Any suggestions, recommendations? We would love to hear from you. So we'll open it up right now, and we'll start with Kendall Pratt. How you doing, sir?
Mr. Mayor?
You have 3 minutes. If you would also just give us your name and address for the record.
Yes. Mr. Mayor and council members, my name is Kendall Pratt. I'm from the Friendship Community, 3109 Friendship Road, Apex. To be concise, I have prepared a brief, if I may, read from that. Purpose and as far as addressing the council, as I wish to advocate for the regional water pump station known as Big Branch Pump Station and Force Main Project to be placed on the agenda of this council meeting. This would allow for the 70 or 72 property owners affected by this wastewater project to ask questions and to obtain further information on this particular project. I received a letter from the town of Apex dated April the 28th, 2022, stating that the town requires my access to my properties for engineering purposes and evaluation, of which I assume all 42 property owners also received, 72. However, the same letter was both vague and non-descriptive. Currently, Apex is performing field investigations for the pump stations and the force main by engineering teams on the properties of the 70 to 72 property owners. The property owners need their questions both addressed and answered. Placing the Big Branch Pump Station and Force Main project on the council's agenda for discussion would be a major initial step in answering the many questions that we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pratt. Next to speak is Elizabeth Stitt.
Hi, Elizabeth Stitt, 3113 Friendship Road. So, listening to the beginning of the meeting, there was a lot of talk about inclusion and equity. And the last meeting I was at, I heard similar discussion in the very beginning. So again, I'm here, and I'll be here every meeting that I can make from here until whenever, bringing up the fact that the process around this Big Branch Basin pump station has not been inclusive. It's been behind closed doors for more than 2 years, based on my conversations that I've had with Marty Stone, Matt Eccles, and Mike Deaton. 2 years behind closed doors, and we get a notification that, hey, on April 28th, this is what's happening. So I'm asking the council to start asking all areas, all departments within the town to be inclusive. Have a public hearing, have a public meeting. Don't make decisions for us behind closed doors. We do want equity, and because we're in the ETJ, we don't have voting rights. We don't have any equity. So it's really hard to sit and listen to all the presentations and all the rah, 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 we're going to be inclusive and have equity, but yet that's not happening for everybody in the town. So my ask is for the council to please start requiring all the different groups within the town of Apex to start acting inclusive and provide some equity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stitt. Catherine Kaler.
Catherine Kaler, 100 Reunion Park Drive. I work for DES. DES functions harmoniously across the board between private and public sectors on a national scale, within the confines of many educational systems and science institutions. We discuss in great lengths all compiled data on what is occurring within the public sector and societies. Our goals, along with our findings, are then proposed to make sound decisions on what is acceptable and not acceptable within current standardized policies and guidelines in place. A simplified version on what DES institutes would be emerging between private and public sectors that base upon collective spectrum consensus. I currently hold ranking in my career with DES, which is Dogma of Education and Science. Something is occurring in Apex that warrants our attention. The broad range of people are heavily consist of parents and grandparents are coming together and holding meetings in private residences within Apex subdivisions. Much chatter has been going around pertaining to an article published on 5/5/22 on Reddit and Quora and has since gone viral. There has been talk of this topic on Nextdoor. I am making aware, given my background pertaining to these pressing issues, that those that I have mentioned above have partnered with Kid Power to bring final resolve to the conflicted power struggle within the Apex community. DES recommendation. The Pride Festival is scheduled to be held at Town Hall campus. Entertainment consists of a drag show performance suitable for ages 18 and over. An accommodating solution for all is to place an outdoor tent on campus to house the drag show venue. At the entrance of this tent, there will be an 18+ parental discretion advisory sign. This advisory label should also be on any promotional advertisements across the board when marketing. In regards to the drag story hour, any proposed books and reading materials should fall within the proper guidelines of age appropriateness in conjunction with parent approval. The list of books to choose from by the committee should be made visible to all and presented in a timely manner for anyone inquiring within the Apex community. This will eliminate any confusion, turmoil, divisiveness, and discrepancy. I yield back, and I have copies that I would like to submit to the board for record.
Thank you, Ms. Keller.
Where would I go?
Give them to
Thank you.
clerk, please. Thank you. All right, that closes out our public forum. Here we'll move now to public hearings. Our public hearing number 1, Mr. Sean Purvis. Assistant Town Manager.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So this will be our public hearing for the budget, and it's actually our second public hearing. If you recall, we kick off our kind of public input portion of the budget in January with the first public hearing, kind of get preliminary information about what residents are looking for and what council wants to see. So this is our second public hearing, but the official one going with the presented budget that you received several weeks ago. It's been posted online for a couple of weeks for public review. We anticipate adoption on not until June 14th. As you know, we have another budget workshop on June 7th that we can address any comment we received since it's been posted from this public hearing or even up to that point. And this has been a long process. Strategic planning, began back in September, and we've had lots of meetings for that. We began CIP back in October, and we've had workshops for CIP. We've had multiple finance committee workshops. Thank you, Mr. Gray and Mr. Mahaffey, for the input there. We've had a budget workshop. We've had personnel committee workshops that have all contributed, so it's been a long process. So quick, I'll do a quick overview, answer any questions you have, and then, Mayor, if you would just open it for the public hearing and comment. So real quick, the total overview, we're looking at a budget of just under $176 million. This is about a 4% decrease from, sorry, I think this was an increase. That's a 4% increase, I'm sorry about that, over the current amended budget. You can see the breakdown there for the major funds, general fund, electric, and water and sewer. The other minor funds are much smaller funds that would make up, such as we have the cemetery, the library, things like that. And then our project funds, which have about $8.9 million in projects scheduled for this coming year, 2.5 in general fund, 5.4 in water and sewer, and $1 million in electric fund that you can see. Now, that's large capital. That's not smaller capital. That was also included under the operating budgets. Quick on the general fund to give you the overview, we're about $90 million. It's up 6.6%. The tax rate, this is the point everybody looks at, is up 0.9 of a cent. So the breakdown on that is there was 1.4 cent increase that corresponded with the bond referendum that was approved this past November. That was the transportation bond. There was also a 0.5 cent decrease that corresponds with council's direction with the stormwater fee that was enacted. We decreased a 0.5 cent last year and a 0.5 cent this current year. So it was a total of a penny decrease overall with associated with the stormwater, moving to a fee in the enterprise fund. So we're at 0.399 on our tax rate. You can see the breakdown of what we have in terms of capital projects, our debt service. 50 new positions requested. That's been a big part of the strategic planning as we grow, making sure we have capacity to implement the new programs, making sure we have capacity to put new projects in place. And then also staff our new buildings. So Pleasant Park, additional staff at Senior Center, a fire station that is coming online will require 16 to 18 more firefighters. So that's a lot of the new personnel. You can see the breakdown there, the different departments. This is just under the general fund side. The asterisk next to new departments coming on as we continue to realign and make sure that we're providing service in the most efficient, effective way we can. Some solid waste collection, the garbage rate will go up about 67 cents per month, while recycling will go down. So you're only looking at a net increase of 24 cents per month on sanitation bills per resident, and then the vehicle tag fee will remain at $30. Under electric fund, almost $48 million, up about almost 3.5%. You can see there the project breakdown, very low debt service under electric. We have one more payment, I think, after this coming year on an older project on a substation, and then the only remaining debt service will actually be the electric facility. Two new personnel positions added for electric, and there is an increase in the base rate from $15.05 to $25. As we discussed this at the workshop, and there's a decrease in the demand charge rate. So the base rate will go up, but the usage rate will go down. And so for the average household that uses about not quite 1,200 kilowatts per hour per month, that's about a 79% increase, or 79 cent increase per month. So less than $1 increase on the average household is what we expect with that changes in the electric rate. And then on the water and sewer side, again, you see the breakdown there. for projects that service 3 new personnel in this, including stormwater position. And then the water rates, there's increase in base and the volumetric for both water and sewer. This is the largest increase as we bring more lines on, as we bring more utility lines into service and maintaining them, as well as increases in other capital projects. You're looking at about $2.88 increase per month on the average household that uses about 5,000 gallons per month. So, and what I'll show you next is, this is usually one of the things that comes up that you've all seen, but so that it's out, it's on record for public review, is the fee, how the fees and the tax rate impact the average household cumulatively. So altogether, looking at about $3.90 increase for the fees on the average household in Apex. And then the tax rate breakdown, you can see the difference down there depending on the value of your home. So, and with that, I'll answer any questions you may have. I do want to point out you all should have received the memo, but there was a change between the budget workshop based on your direction there. There was additional projects under Parks and Rec that was, and moved from fund balance that was added. That is in the budget document that has been online, and that's what was presented, to the public and been up for review, and the most recent version you have. But I just want to call your attention to that as for review, and just make sure you receive that.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Purvis. Questions?
Can you describe, so the comments tonight, and also if there's comments online, how will those get to us or get into the budget process?
So any comment we receive, we'll share with you, and if it's appropriate. I think the most recent one we received, actually, all councils actually copied on it, so you've received it. It was about Reagan Roadside Path, again, which we're working on developing. That's actually the only one we've received this year. All the others came in January, which you should have received at that point, and they always end up being greenways, seem to be the most common one. Recall we do have the survey that goes out, and we share that information. And of course, that's general information in terms of, in aggregate, what people are looking for in terms of use of funds, and that's shared with you at the workshop in February. That is also included in the budget document. So that information is shared in terms of what the survey results are in the aggregate. But any specific one we get, I mean, we'll share just like we do any other comments that may come across that are intended for all council, but may not make its way to you. But no, yeah, last year I think we received quite a few more. Of course, again, every single one has been, I'm pretty sure, has been greenway or sidewalk connections, at least last year. And again, that pretty much holds true so far this year.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Comments? Okay. All right. Hearing none, we'll move to open up public hearing for comment, and we'll start with Ms. Elizabeth Stitt.
I figured while I was here, instead of submitting my comment online, I just might as well go ahead and share it. I think the budget should be shifted more towards around the transportation. Mr. Dalton doesn't have enough money to make the roads safe out in the Friendship community, where there's way too much development that's happening on our roads. But in particular, some of the complaints about the bicyclists that go down our section of the road, there are no bicycle lanes, and it is constantly a process of dodging construction signs, dodging cyclists. So I would encourage, if there is the ability to move some of the money over so that Mr. Dalton can make our roads a little bit safer, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
I'll share some comments.
Sure. I'll go ahead and close the public hearing.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, we're good.
All right. So, second public hearing, getting to wrap up our our budget process. We're going to vote on it pretty soon, and it is. I personally find it disappointing that we can't get more public engagement around here. This is the most important thing we do every year. We're spending $176 million allocating it. Everything else we do throughout the year that would get so much attention, we argue about. It's really, relatively speaking, kind of minor. So I don't know what the answer is, but we work hard on it, and it's still tough. People pay attention to the tax rate, but there's a lot of decisions that were made in this budget that I think we really need to discuss more publicly, and the public should be aware of. In particular, it wasn't in the presentation, but I want to point out that this is a really, really challenging year for us in our budget. It's a challenging year for everybody, and the town of Apex is not exempt from that. And what you'll see in this budget, if you dig into it, is our personnel costs that we're budgeting for, which involve the new positions we discussed and hopefully significant salary, adjustments due to inflation. It's up 20% year over year, and our personnel costs are actually a plurality. It's the biggest expense we have. So how do you do that without raising taxes? Which we don't want to raise taxes because obviously everyone else is struggling as well. And what this budget contemplates is keeping our operational levels more or less flat, which is a miracle considering the growth that we've had. The increase in staff, and to keep the operational budget flat is quite an accomplishment. And to the point of the citizen that was just up here, it slashes our projects budget, our CIP budget. And I'm really losing sleep over that, because that transfer of funds that we've reallocated from our projects that build stuff around Apex towards our personnel, it's permanent. Like next year, the employees that we hire and we give these new raises to, whatever it may end up being, I mean, we're not going to cut them next year. It's a recurring thing. It's a permanent transfer, and we have to figure out what's the best way to fund that and still build stuff around town that we expect to get built to increase safety and the enjoyment of our citizens. So I just wanted to say that, Mayor, during this hearing, is that this budget is really challenging, and our staff did a fantastic job to balance it. The trade-offs that were made here were not the only possible trade-offs that could have been made. I think we should think about that before we adopt it.
All right, thank you. Councilman, anyone else? All right, hearing none. All right, no further business. So we'll move on to public hearing number 2. Annexation number 732, presented tonight by Ms. Diane Ken, Town of Apex.
Good evening. All right, so this annexation is at 7825 and 7809 Jenks Road, which is located in the northwest area of our jurisdiction. You may recall this location was a veterinary clinic that received a rezoning from you all. They are now finished with their site plan review and need to get annexed in order to have their construction plan signed so that they can get town services. And just to show you, it does close a bit of a gap there between two other corporate limits that's zoned neighborhood business conditional zoning. Staff does recommend approval of the annexation.
Any questions? All right, hearing none, we'll go ahead and open up public hearing for this item. There are no sign-ups tonight to speak and public comments, so we'll close it. It's back to council for a motion.
I make a motion to approve.
All right.
I'll second.
Motion second. Further discussion? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, passed unanimously. We'll move now to public hearing 3, rezoning application 21CZ31, presented tonight by Lawrence Stallingmeyer.
Hi, good evening, everyone. This is rezoning case 21CZ31, Sears Property PUD, located at 0 and 2108 Old US 1 Highway. These properties are located in our general ETJ north of Old US 1 Highway and situated between Holland Road and Winding Creek Road, and again, north of Old US 1 Highway. The properties are currently zoned rural residential, and the adjacent zonings are rural residential as well. The applicant is proposing to rezone the properties to plan unit development conditional zoning. The 2045 land use map designates the subject properties as medium density residential and office employment. The proposed rezoning to plan unit development conditional zoning includes a mix of residential uses and commercial uses and is consistent with those land use map designations. The site consists of 2 parcels. 0 Old US 1 Highway is existing vegetation and is bisected by a stream. And you have 2108 Old US 1 Highway, which contains residential structures. The applicant conducted a neighborhood meeting on November 19th, 2021. The neighborhood meeting report is in your packet. A full list of the proposed uses is on page 2 of the staff report. The proposed residential uses include townhouse, accessory apartment, utility minor, recreation facility private, greenway, park active, and park passive. A few proposed non-residential uses include daycare facility, microbrewery, medical or dental office or clinic, and office, business, or professional. The residential component is proposing a maximum of 160 townhouse units with a maximum density of 6.1 units per acre. The non-residential component is proposing a maximum of 11,000 square feet. A full list of the proposed residential and non-residential setbacks are on page 3 of the staff report. A full list of the zoning conditions can be found on page 4 of the staff report. A few I'd like to point out: zoning condition C, no covenant shall be placed on the property which prohibits accessory apartments as a use. Zoning condition D, outdoor storage shall not be permitted for non-residential use. Zoning condition Q, which is a little bit longer, so I'll try my best to summarize it. But the affordable housing condition includes 5 price restricted units at the 100% median income affordability range for an affordability period of 10 years. This zoning condition was worked out with the applicant and our housing program manager. And zoning condition R, which was added at our planning board meeting, it says where adjacent to existing residences and where existing vegetation is not already in place, a 20-foot type A buffer shall be provided. So similar to adjacent to residential areas right here. In all other areas, a 20-foot type B buffer shall be provided. The other proposed buffers include a 20-foot type B buffer along the northern property and a 30-foot type E buffer along Old US 1 highway. The RCA shall meet the requirements in our DDO. The town of Apex shall provide water and sanitary sewer and electric service to this project. A full list of the architectural conditions can be found on page 5 of the staff report. The residential and non-residential conditions are what we generally see for the townhouses and non-residential. The maximum building height proposed for residential is 36 feet, no more than 2 stories. The maximum building height proposed for non-residential is 60 feet. A traffic impact analysis has been performed as part of the PUD. I'll summarize a few of the road improvements. However, the full TIA requirements can be found on page 8 of the staff report, as well as Mr. Russell Dalton is here to answer any specific questions or provide clarification. Along Old US 1 highway, a development frontage improvements along Old US 1 shall include 2 11-foot travel lanes and 6-foot bike lanes on a 110-foot right-of-way, planned for eventual widening to a 4-lane median divided section. 5 feet sidewalk shall be provided along the development frontage. A maximum of 2 access points shall be proposed. 1 will be full movement and 1 will be right in, right out. Requested by NCDOT, if sufficient right-of-way is available or obtained from adjacent property owners, the developer shall construct an exclusive bus-bound right turn lane on Old US 1 highway with a minimum of 50 feet of storage with appropriate deceleration and taper length per NCDOT guidance. A letter of impact from Wake County Public School Systems was received for this rezoning and is included in the staff report packet. Wake County Public School System indicates that elementary, middle, and high schools within the current assignment area for this rezoning development are anticipated to have insufficient capacity for future students. Transportation to schools outside of the current assignment area should be anticipated. School expansion or construction within the next 5 years may address concerns at the elementary and high grade level. The Environmental Advisory Board held a meeting with the applicant on November 18th, 2021. The zoning conditions suggested by the EAB are listed on page 10 of the staff report, along with the applicant's response to each. The Sears property PUD was reviewed at the February 23rd, 2022 Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Advisory Commission. The commission unanimously recommended a fee in lieu of dedication for a maximum of 160 single-family attached units. Land dedication was not recommended as this property is located in very near proximity to the Apex Nature Park, the future Pleasant Park, and Olive Farm Parks. The current 2022 fee rate per unit is $2,528.25. The 2045 land use map designates the site as medium-density residential and office employment. The proposed PUD is consistent with that land use classification. The proposed rezoning includes a mix of residential uses and commercial uses. Approval of the rezoning is reasonable and in the public interest because it will provide a transition between lower and higher residential densities while providing non-residential development opportunities along Old US 1 Highway. The proposed rezoning provides additional environmental conditions and provides an affordable housing option consistent with the Affordable Housing Plan. The Planning Board held a public hearing on May 9th, 2022, and unanimously recommended approval with the following additional condition offered by the applicant. The condition was, where adjacent to existing residences and where existing vegetation is not already in place, a 20-foot Type A buffer shall be provided. In all other areas, a 20-foot Type B buffer shall be provided. Planning staff recommends approval of rezoning 21 CZ31 Sears Property PUD with conditions as offered by the applicant. I'm happy to answer questions as well as the applicant.
Thank you, Ms. Stockton. Great presentation. Any questions? Okay. Hearing none, does the applicant wish to present? Mr. Jason Barron.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Excuse me, Jason Barron with Morningstar Law Group here on behalf of the applicant in this case. Joining me tonight is Matt Christensen with Beazer Homes. They're the proposed developer of the site, and you'll be hearing from Matt during the public hearing portion of the case. Also here is Jeff Roach of Peak Engineering, who's been providing land planning and engineering guidance associated with this plan. Lauren's done an excellent job between her presentation and the staff report, really kind of covering the nuts and bolts of this proposal. Do want to highlight a couple of things. As Lauren noted, our proposal is consistent with the land use plan. The land use plan, let's see if I can. You'll note the land use plan actually extends that office employment designation to the east of this site. And ultimately over to West Village. And I think it's important because one of the things that is included in our plan is this cross-access to these adjacent parcels. So when these sites come forward, this site right here, or these sites, are all designated for office and employment uses. And so we're optimistic that when those come forward with that cross-access, it will set up for meaningful office and employment uses. As part of this case, we really only have space for about 11,000 square feet, which is what is being proposed, along with the roughly 160 townhomes. I did want to focus on the housing affordability component to it. We continue to make great gains in the town of Apex on housing affordability, and I think this case has, with its 5 units, I think it's the most affordable housing units committed as part of any case, certainly that I've been a part of, with the exclusion of the Habitat Wake deal that I worked on a few years back. But I do think it's an important, milestone. I think one of the things that my clients that I talk to, clients that I work with, they understand the town's expectations associated with housing affordability. And I believe the market is responding accordingly. And so appreciate you all's guidance on that very important issue, as well as CJ's work in doing really the heavy lifting on behalf of the town. And then the last point that I'll make, and I'm going to hand it off to Matt here shortly, relates to sustainability. Beazer is truly a leader in the national home building market with respect to providing homes that are going to be sustainable homes, and Matt is going to talk a little bit about that. But with that said, we agree with the staff's recommendation on the case. We're pleased to have a unanimous recommendation from the planning board, and I'm happy to answer any questions you all may have.
Thank you, Mr. Barron. Any questions?
I'm curious about those parcels to the east that you just mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
An argument could be made that this development, especially the office part, would be a little more cohesive if that came together as a unit. I know just it appears to be the same family that owns all of them. Is it a matter that they're I'm assuming not ready to sell yet?
That's it.
Right.
Yeah.
What do you think of the argument that we should wait until they're ready to sell so we can do all this office together?
I mean, obviously that's not part of our proposal, so I don't care for that argument. But kidding aside, I mean, I think there is certainly merit to that point. Absolutely. I do think what we're doing here is setting up success for future owners of that site to go ahead and zone that portion when it's ready to move forward. So, and that's why I wanted to note the cross access that's being provided, so those folks won't have to rely on access out onto Old Highway 1.
It looks like your main highway, or not highway, but main access road, whatever you want to call it, street there is going to be adjacent to that.
Yep.
Property line as close as you can get it.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yep.
I guess I just bring it up because I'm concerned. I don't want to create like an artificial barrier years down the road where it's obvious that they were developed separately when people wondering why should they be together, because you sometimes see that with commercial properties. There's barriers. Okay.
All right, any other questions or comments?
I have a sustainability question, but I may wait until the next person comes up.
He's far more the expert on that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Barron.
Thank you all.
All right. Mr. Christensen.
Jeff is going to give some handouts on our
Okay, all right.
ESG document, which is also available on Beazer Homes website. Good evening, Mayor and Town Council. My name is Matthew Christensen. I'm at 9206 Wooden Road in Raleigh, North Carolina, and I'm the division president for Beazer Homes in the Triangle. I'm here to speak on behalf of the rezoning request. With your approval, Beazer would like to build entry-level townhomes, primarily serving first-time buyers. Typically, this is single professionals and young working couples. They may have young children or planning a family. We provide opportunities for families to build a high-quality new home, build equity, and ultimately build financial security. We've distributed copies of Beazer Homes' ESG summary, which details the environment, social, and governance information relevant to our business. This document is published on our website, as I mentioned earlier. I'd like to highlight a few items on the ESG summary, primarily on pages 7, 8, and 9 of the handout. Today, Beazer Home, every home we build is an ENERGY STAR certified and EPA Indoor Air Plus certified home. For 7 consecutive years, Beazer has been named ENERGY STAR's Partner of the Year by the EPA and the Department of Energy. Every home we build by the year 2025 will meet the requirements of the U.S. Department of Energy's Zero Energy Ready program. Essentially, all Beazer homes will be solar ready, which equates to a HERS score of 45. A typical new home is around a 73, and a resale home is around 130. Currently in the Raleigh market, our average HERS score is about 62. So this is a much more efficient energy home. An independent third party tests all of these homes in every Beazer community today. We are an industry leader in energy efficiency and committed to building high quality homes with lower energy costs. We would be proud to continue building homes in the town of Apex on the Sears property, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Christensen. Any questions for?
Right, thank you so much for the conditions that you're offering and for this information about your energy efficient homes. And I did notice the EAB did recommend solar, and we may have spoken about this earlier, but can you share why you don't think you can commit to the solar recommendations that the EAB suggested?
So what we are able to commit to is having a home that is solar ready. So the conduit will be in the house. Somebody, after they purchase the house, would be able to add solar to the roof. So that everything would be there to have the house powered by solar, and it would be energy efficient enough that the solar unit installed would be able to power the entire home. The cost of solar is a little bit prohibitive for us right now to do that in this property, or at least to make that commitment today. It's my hope that in the future, Beazer would be able to offer solar on homes. We are piloting some things with Tesla in other markets on some very high-end homes to put solar roofs, the Tesla solar roof on some of those. I know there are other solar solutions available. It's just very hard for us to make that commitment on this type of 20-foot wide townhouse product at this time. But that would ultimately be what we would like to do.
Can I ask you to speak a little bit on, you talked about solar ready, but it appears that with EV markets starting to grow, EV charging readiness. What's your position on that?
So we have, again, with some of the stuff that Tesla is doing, we have piloted having the home would be in the electrical power would be able to EV power a home. Typically that requires a garage. These are no-car garage townhomes. We had not planned to put EV power stations in the community, but I mean, if that's something that our buyers would want, I think that's something that, we could try to work to accommodate. It's hard for me to make that commitment right now, but I certainly see the need in what you're getting at, sir.
It seems as something as simple as installing an external 210 volt outlet.
Right.
So it doesn't seem like it's that much of an extension to me. And if you're making the commitment as to solar ready, perhaps EV ready, even if I noticed that these homes don't have garages.
That's
but
correct.
They do have driveways, and if we're trying to
Well,
encourage that,
I think there will be surface parking, and so I'm not sure how that would work to make that commitment right now. But I think there'd be a way to accommodate some sort of electrical charging for cars in the community.
Other questions? All right, hearing none. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, we'll go ahead and open up public hearing for comments on this item. And first speaker tonight is Richard Colby. And Mr. Colby, you have indicated that you are representing more than 4 people. Are they present?
I wish they were.
Okay.
They've got COVID.
Okay, I understand.
So you have. Well, I will try and go as quickly as possible. I do appreciate this going beyond.
Yeah, follow the lights. If it hits yellow, you
I'll
have 30
try.
seconds
Okay.
left. So, all right, thank you.
Sorry, I am speaking in front of, for Chris Montgomery, he's got COVID, and Mark Hoppe, majority of these people are working. They also work, 3 12-hour days. We're opposed to the rezoning at this point. For 160 townhomes, it's inconsistent with the surrounding properties. I own a 3.2 acre property. So does everybody else around it. These are inconsistent with the surrounding properties. As identified in your handouts that I sent you, they'd be copied. You can see these are the properties. Mine, Colby, Draper, Gold, Hopkins, Montgomery, and Juan. These are all on the outside of this whole development. One of the things that we like, that we bought into, was our privacy in rural life. I like to call it Apex rural life. Or Apex country, because that's what it is. It's a different living environment to living on 3 acres. When they first talked to us, they made no amendments to their design or proposal around the surrounding land owners. The most important issue we need to look at is traffic. Although they did a TIA, they did the TIA based on just the traffic coming out of that development. There are 3 developments being built on old US 1, and we'll discuss those in a minute. Privacy and buffers, the surrounding property owners, we bought out there so we had the privacy of rural living. The developing of is deliver the highest return on investment. We enjoy the country living. There's also a section about spot zoning. See section 2.3.2 in your Apex zoning, determining that with spots. That's what we feel it is. Here's a diagram of the houses where we are. The red blocks where the house is actually set. The other thing I'm here. Okay. Here's a picture of the traffic. These are. This area is being built up all around us. We got Depot 499. There's going to be 2,700 homes or residents in that area, or 135 units. It's going to be 2,700 homes, or 2,700 cars. Here's another. This is right next to us, the West Village Enclave. This thing's that's currently being sold.
I'm sorry, Mr. Colby, I'm going to have to cut you off. Your time is up. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you for sharing tonight. take into consideration. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
All right, that closes public hearing period. Back to council for further discussion, lead to a possible motion.
Actually, I'd like to hear a little bit about the traffic impact. I know Mr. Colby has mentioned this as well as other residents, and it was a topic of conversation during the planning board session as well. So I'd love to know, Russell, if you can help enlighten me a little bit on what's going to be our traffic impact now that we've got what appear to be a series of projects that are kind of coming along the way, and as to whether or not the TIA helps encompass that sort of growth.
Right, so the traffic impact analysis for any development is a snapshot in time, and the way you look at traffic impact is you look at existing conditions, so they did collect existing counts. They had background growth attached to that. In this case, we used a 4% background growth, a little bit higher, so that's 4% compounded every year from existing until they're built out. And then they added their traffic on top of that. In addition, in the background, any developments that are approved at that time but not yet built out, those are also added on. So developments like West Village and Depot 499, they were included as background developments. That traffic was actually assigned on top of that background growth. I think we ended up with something like 22% increase in traffic accounted for within the build-out scope of this development. So it's a substantial amount of traffic that was added to the roadway network. Anything along this corridor that's developed, including this development, is going to experience long delays. It's just, it's a growing area, you've got a lot of development, it's a 2-lane road. What they're doing to mitigate their traffic is providing left turn and right turn lanes for access into their development. They're providing stubs for future connectivity, because one of the things that's very important is you plan for future connections so drivers have other routes, so they're not dependent on the one thoroughfare that's right there at their front door. We do have long delays, like we talked about in a previous meeting for Hume Olive Road, approaching Old US 1. This development is not substantially increasing delays at those other major off-site intersections. Obviously, any amount of traffic will be contributing, but it's not a large impact on the transportation network as a whole. So it is something to take into account, but again, they're doing what they can to mitigate based on the amount of traffic they're introducing on the roadway network. When you talk about, some of these things that are being done, or, additional turn lanes that are committed by other developments, like Holland Road Mixed Use, for example, is installing some turn lanes, in particular Holland Road. We have some commitments for turn lanes at Friendship Road on Old US 1 as part of other projects. Those will help, but again, unless, the road is widened to a 4-lane road and traffic signals are included and things like that, longer term, you're ultimately not going to be able to resolve some of these longer delays.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Cool. I have some questions for you as well. So I just want you to so what I heard you say is you don't have any concerns about the TIA and what was included or not included, and its appropriateness, I guess, for this development.
Correct, yeah, they followed all our standards. We have a memorandum of understanding we agreed to. In addition, NCDOT reviewed it, because after all, Old US 1 is their roadway, and we concurred with all the recommendations.
When was it done?
The traffic study was dated December 1st of last year.
Okay.
And they collected counts, I believe, in September of last year.
What is you mentioned widening US 1 as a potential solution. I go down US 1 every day. What would you view as the longer term solution, and how do we work towards that, as opposed to kind of arguing about this with every project that comes through here? What needs to get done here?
Yeah, ultimately, Old US 1, we have it on our transportation plan as a 4-lane divided road. That is the ultimate solution. But again, even when you have situations like a major road where you've widened it, if you have a lot of these approaches that are going to be unsignalized approaches, you're still going to have longer delays for the left turns. It'll help with some of that delay, but over time, eventually traffic will catch up. So the best solution is, traffic signals where you can install traffic signals with additional turn lanes to handle capacity where needed, and also providing connectivity, alternate routes so drivers have other ways in and out of the area versus depending on one roadway.
When you look at that intersection, they're going to have a full movement intersection here, unsignalized. Does that concern you at all, or you look at that and think that might need a signal? Because again, I'm just thinking of my experience trying to turn left on the old US 1 in the morning, and it's just like, playing Frogger sometimes.
Yeah, the projected delays on that within the build-out scope of the TA were around a minute per vehicle, so that is pretty long. They do have 2 access points, so there's a right in, right out to the west. To the east is the full movement. We also recommended 2 lanes exiting the full movement. So if drivers are delayed, they have a way to turn right to go back the other direction. And in some cases, that's what you have to consider as a driver. So if some mornings you go out there and it's really, really busy and it's really, really hard to turn left, then you have a decision. You can either try to flex your schedule to choose to turn left at a different time of day. Not everybody can do that. You might want to choose to turn right and go another route if it's too long. Otherwise, you may just have to sit there and endure that longer time period that it's going to take to turn left. And I don't think that location is going to warrant a traffic signal anytime in the near future, if ever, just based on the type of roadway that it is. It's a neighborhood connection with some commercial development there. Unless a lot more development gets connected to it, where it's a lot more traffic throughout the day and a lot heavier peak hours on the side street, it will not warrant a traffic signal.
And can you tell me a little more about the condition that involves acquiring more right-of-way and then potentially building a right turn lane? Where is that exactly? I didn't quite follow what's going on there.
Yeah, so the easternmost or northernmost access point is their full movement, and that's very close to the edge of the property. So to get appropriate spacing for the 2 intersections to be able to serve 2 access points in the development, which is required for the number of units, they need to get enough space between them. So they've pressed them as far as they can out to the edges of the property. The right turn lane at that location was shown to be technically warranted under DOT standards
Right
based
turn
on
lane out of the development onto US 1?
the right turn lane on Old US 1 turning right into the roadway, into the full movement roadway to the eastern side. It's very close to the property line. The recommendation we made based on that was that since the volume is so low turning right at that location, it doesn't really make a lot of difference in terms of capacity. So we're okay with the condition saying that if they're able to obtain the property, they would construct it rather than ending up in a situation where they're requesting a eminent domain on an adjacent property for something that's a relatively low volume, although technically meets DOT's right turn lane warrants.
Yeah, I guess the flag that kind of came to my mind there is the adjacent property owners, they're all the same family, they're all together.
Yeah.
And the condition says if you could acquire it, you build it. If you can't acquire it, I guess not, I mean, what's to say that I'm just saying, oh, no, you can't have it, and they don't build it? Like, it seems like the probability it's going to build is pretty low. And I bring that up because I've seen other conditions similar where it's like, try to acquire it and build it, or you pay a fee in lieu to the town and we'll construct it later on, or give it to a developer who develops it eventually for them to do something like that.
Yeah, we could, if we felt strongly from a capacity or safety standpoint, we could certainly make that recommendation that the town have a condition that's stronger than what NCDOT recommends in this case. We didn't feel that strongly about the need for that right turn lane, and that's why we didn't recommend it. But if this council feels strongly, then that's something the applicant could consider.
And is it because you don't feel like there would be a queue there turning right at all?
It's a very low volume of right turning traffic. It is nice to have a right turn lane to allow traffic to get out of the path of through traffic, to give them room to decelerate. But it's just not a very high right turn volume. So it's just meeting that DOT threshold. We typically defer to NCDOT thresholds and defer to NCDOT on that. And in this case, they NCDOT typically do recommend in that manner that if they can obtain the right of way, then they would be required to build it. If they can't, DOT would not exercise the power of eminent domain, for instance, if the developer's not able to obtain it. So it would fall back on the town to require that.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other discussion points outside of traffic? Anything else?
I find the affordable housing condition here interesting in that it's 5 units at 100%. And previously, we've had some discussion about moving down the percentage for other units to 80% or 70% given the reevaluation. I know CJ, who I don't see in the room, has helped develop this condition. I just, to me, it seemed different than what we've seen before. 5 at 100.
I will also say too that some of the previous ones were 3-story townhomes with garages and different things like that. The price point on these is deliberately a bit lower for that very reason.
All right, anything else? All right, here. Oh, I'm
Well,
sorry.
actually,
Councilman Gray.
I do just want to just kind of mention that, just kind of finish out a few of the thoughts I know Mr. Colby had mentioned, because I know he had talked about this quite passionately during the planning board meeting, and I know that he had brought up questions such as issues concerning the school placement, the traffic issues, as well as just kind of the loss of a little bit of the community feel that this sort of project sort of implies. So I know that Mr. Colby wanted to get an opportunity to say a few of those things, but I wanted to just kind of echo that. And I know he had sent an email to, I know, a number of us helping explain a lot of his positions, and I always appreciate the email, as well as we also got emails in support, like Ms. Belinda Camp, and I also just mentioned that as a way of saying, I appreciate that because it helps inform us as to what's really kind of impacting folks in that area. So,
That's right.
important.
Thank you so much, Councilman. Anyone else? Hearing none, no further discussion. Is there a motion of any kind?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve, Mayor Pro Tem Killingsworth.
Second.
Second, Councilman Gray. Any further discussion?
I plan to vote no for the reason that Terry mentioned about the properties. We need more properties, and the closeness of those two access points to me is kind of stupid. I know the town rules require it, but it's going to look stupid, and it's going to churn up what I consider really precious non-residential land. I think it's going to make it, I'm not sure non-viable is a word, but it's going to make it much smaller because there's going to be two roadways there. So I think it needs more properties involved some way, either to Holland, so you don't have to have that second road, or the properties that Terry was talking about. I think they need to be included. And I like the affordable housing and the energy stuff with the houses, but I think it's just a fatal flaw in the alignment of this development. So I plan to vote no.
Thank you, Councilman. All right, we got a motion and a second. Any further discussion before the vote? All right, hearing none. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
All right, motion passes 3-2. All right. Are y'all good for another public hearing, or you want to take a quick break?
Let's do
Okay.
Or 10-minute deal.
Want to do a 10-minute break?
Yeah.
All right. All right, we're going to recess for 10 minutes. born ready, right?
Where'd you get the soda? You raiding the employee fridge or something?
No, it's upstairs. They're upstairs.
Okay, okay. Guys raiding the employee fridge or something.
Employee fridge, oh.
You guys check your lunches. If there's something missing from your lunch.
All right, whatever.
All righty then. All right, we're back in session, and we'll now move to public hearing 4 and 5, annexation 727 and rezoning application 22CZ01, presented by Sarah Van Avery.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. I'll be presenting annexation 727 and rezoning case 22CZ01, Arden at Summit Pines PUD. The subject property is located here in the general northwest area of Apex. Zoom you in a little closer here to the site. We are talking about the subject property located at 8200 Jenks Road. It is almost 11 3/4 acres. It is on the north side of Jenks Road, as you saw from our zoomed out vicinity map. 64 sits along here to the south. Up here to the north, we have the Cary Apex Water Treatment Plant. We have vacant residential over here. This is town property here, sorry. And then we have single-family residential over here to the north and east. And vacant property over here to the west, and down here to the south on the other side of Jenks. We have the Westford Pod, we have the apartments, and we have site plans currently in review down here. Here is the annexation map for you as well. The subject property is currently zoned rural residential. It is surrounded by rural residential properties here in the dark green to the west and north. The proposed zoning is planned unit development conditional zoning. We also have PUD zoning down here. This is the Westford PUD. The 2045 land use map identifies this property as office employment, commercial services. We also have a community mixed use activity center here at the 64 Jenks intersection. So if approved, the 2045 land use map would change to high-density residential office employment commercial services per 160D. The 2045 land use map designates it as office employment commercial services. The proposed rezoning to planned unit development conditional zoning includes a mix of age-restricted residential uses and commercial uses consistent with the designated office employment commercial services land use. I'll get into the proposed uses here shortly. At least 30% of the area to be rezoned is proposed for commercial uses. Therefore, if rezoned, the 2045 land use map would automatically adjust or be amended rather to the high-density residential office employment commercial services. The property, it is currently vacant and heavily wooded, and the applicant conducted a neighborhood meeting on November 17th, 2021. That neighborhood meeting report is attached. A letter of impact from Wake County Public School System was not requested for this rezoning due to the proposed age restriction. So, perfect segue into what is being proposed with the permitted uses. As I mentioned, there are age-restricted residential uses. So basically, the site is broken down into two sites, two areas, a residential and a commercial area. This area here to the north is the residential area, age-restricted. This area here to the south in this hatching is the commercial area. So within this residential tract here, the proposed permitted uses include congregate living facility as defined fully in your staff report, multifamily or apartment, that is age-restricted, meaning that 100% of all occupied units shall have a resident, at least one person, as a resident, at least one person 55 or older. For the commercial tract, the proposed uses are primarily neighborhood commercial and are complementary to senior housing. A full listing of those is included in your staff report. The PD plan proposes an overall maximum density of 160 dwelling units and a minimum of just over 3.5 acres of commercial area. So again, that is this southern section here. Maximum building height for the residential area would be 60 feet or 5 stories. Non-residential would be 50 feet. A list of setbacks are included in your staff report. For the buffers, a full list is also included in the staff report. All the buffers provided are either consistent with the UDO requirements or are increased in either width and or opacity. So there is a 20-foot type A to the north. We have our typical street front thoroughfare buffer along Jenks Road. Jenks is a thoroughfare. We'll get into that here shortly. Internal, there would be no buffer between the two. For the non-residential component here, also a 20-foot type A buffer here, and again, the thoroughfare buffer on the road. Again, the full chart is in your staff report. The PUD shall include a minimum 25% RCA and comply with section 8.1 of the UDO. We do have a parking condition because this is an age-restricted proposed residential use. The need for parking is not quite the same, so therefore the development within the residential district shall include a minimum of 1 and a maximum of 1.5 off-street motor vehicle parking spaces per dwelling unit. Development in the residential district shall include a minimum of 6 bicycle parking spaces, and the development in the commercial district shall comply with our standards in 8.3. I'll take it, so we'll talk a little bit, I'll get you to the architectural elevations here in a moment, but I'll go ahead and walk you through a little bit of the phasing plan. So phase 1 would include the extension of Lowell Road to provide access to the residential area here, as well as to provide a stub and future connectivity to the west, and then internal access to the commercial parcel when it develops. So this access here would be a full movement access lining up with the existing Lowell Road on the south side of Jenks Road. This movement here would be a right-in, right-out only into the residential district. So again, phase 1 would be to provide the access and the residential component here. Phase 2 would then be to come along here and provide the commercial district. While we're just kind of covering some of the transportation elements, there is a 10-foot side path along Jenks Road that is shown on our bike PED systems map plan that is accounted for. Additional right-of-way dedication for future widening of Jenks, as well as future interchange of 64 and Jenks Road is also accounted for here in that area. And because it's a PUD, any residential streets internal would have sidewalks on both sides. But as you can see here from the phasing plan and the access points, they are providing for connectivity. The plan proposes to extend utilities to the site. So I'll get you here to the residential elevations. Again, a full listing of all the architectural standards are included in your staff report on page 4 and 5. And they do include those both for the residential and commercial developments, and they are consistent with our standard architectural conditions that we see, both residential and commercial. There is also an affordable housing component included within. All the details are included in your staff report. It is a minimum of 6 residential units, either congregate living facility units or modified herein, or age-restricted 55 and older multifamily apartment units constructed within the development shall be designated as low-income restricted the units. The bedroom mix of the affordable units shall include 4 one-bedroom units and 2 two-bedroom units. The affordable units shall be made available for rental such that the maximum rent limits per bedroom size and household income limits shall be no greater than 60% of the HUD AMI. The affordable units shall be restricted for an affordability period of 5 years, starting from the date of issuance of the first residential certificate of occupancy for the development. This housing, affordable condition rather, has been worked out with our affordable housing program manager. And let's see here, continuing on in your staff report, I think we've covered a lot of the transportation plan and access. Oh, pardon me, I forgot to show y'all the non-residential elevations. So this again are some illustrative examples of the commercial development and what could be provided there. Again, taking you back to the layout, we talked a little bit about the access and circulation. A TIA has been performed as part of this PUD. That complete document is included in your packet, and the following conditions have stemmed from the TIA and are included in the PUD, and that is includes turn lanes, and that full text is included in your staff report. The subject PUD went before the Environmental Advisory Board November 18th, 2021. A full listing of those suggested conditions is included in your report. The applicant has provided several of those. There is a table and notes where some have been provided if they are provided in only one area. The Parks and Rec Cultural Resources Advisory Commission reviewed the Ardenett Summit Pines PUD project at their February 23rd, 2022 meeting and made a recommendation for fee in lieu. Those numbers are included in your staff report. The Planning Board heard this item on May 9th, at their May 9th, 2022 meeting and unanimously recommended approval of the project. Planning staff recommends approval of the rezoning with conditions as proposed by the applicant. The 2045 land use map designates the site as office employment commercial services. The proposed rezoning includes a mix of age-restricted residential uses and non-residential uses consistent with the office employment commercial services land use designation. At least 30% of the area to be rezoned is proposed for commercial uses. Therefore, if the property is rezoned as proposed, the 2045 land use map will automatically be amended to high-density residential, office employment, commercial services per state statute 160D. The proposed rezoning is reasonable and in the public interest because the rezoning will allow the project to be developed with age-restricted residential uses accompanied by non-residential development along the thoroughfare frontage, which complements the land use at Westford across Jenks Road. Additionally, the PUD requires that the residential be age-restricted housing with a minimum of 6 affordable units. I will be happy to answer any questions you have at this time, and the applicant is here as well.
All right, Ms. Van Evers.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Can you describe the type of commercial development that will be lost by, not having a contiguous 10 acres versus a bifurcated 3-acre development? Like, what are you giving up by not having that kind of more contiguous commercial area that this would foreclose upon?
I suppose that kind of gets to be tough to answer as we haven't been presented with that at this time as to what this would look like if we were looking at something that was all
But like a,
commercial. So I mean, it's kind of hard because that hasn't been presented. A PUD typically has a lot of flexibility and a lot of give and take, and
certain uses though, like, I know we just heard about the possible grocery store in Sweetwater, but a grocery store would probably be one that would be possible versus not now, or is that something that's too big for this parcel? If it's not rezoned?
A grocery store wouldn't go on this parcel. How many acres is it?
it's 11 3/4 total and 3.5 minimum dedicated to commercial.
No, I'm saying if you ignore that, if we just keep this land use as it is, what are we getting with that we would be giving up with this change? What kind of commercial development would go under 11 acres versus 3?
It's hard to say because it's office employment and commercial. It might be an office, area. It could be daycare. It could be. I don't see a grocery store going on a location that's not a grocery store location. They tend to go in more visible. If a grocery store is interested in this vicinity, it will be in Sweetwater or in Westford. It would not be up off the interchange.
What about like a office park besides just like a dental and chiropractor, whatever we kind of see normally? I mean, there could be a proper office park, I guess, if that was proposed. Is there a space for that kind of thing?
So do you have a slide that shows the zoning in this vicinity? There you go. So the closest zoning is the Tech Flex out US 64. So is that what you're asking, if this could be extended?
No, I'm just, the size of that apartment, what could go there that we're going to lose?
It would not be retail. So it might be some sort of office, but we're not seeing, we typically see daycare, vet clinics, pet services.
Well, those can fit on the commercial that's being proposed here, right? Those kind of smaller uses.
Yeah, they can, but there's not a whole lot that's gonna wanna go in the back without the visibility. Typically, things that don't have a lot of visibility, that would be, they're maybe flex space. So you end up with ones with the roll-up garage doors, contractors, office and storage yard type of uses, rezoned to Tech Flex to do that. I think that's probably what you're talking about, maybe self-service storage. You're not talking high-end, non-residential once you get away from the interchange area. Now, could it be combined with everything to the west and be something different? Maybe, when you start getting into bigger acreages. But we've not seen a lot of movement out there for that. The one Tech Flex property that's been zoned that way for quite a while, they've not proposed anything to be built there.
Okay.
It's hard to say. We've not seen a lot of development requests out in this area. You all know right across Wimberley Road went through a couple iterations of that rezoning to get some townhouses and some non-residential, and I don't believe we've seen anything come in on the non-residential portion. It's just not somewhere that businesses are necessarily looking, except for, you can see your B1CZ, that's your vet hospital. That's what you're gonna see. You're gonna see daycare, anything for pets, anything for kids. That's about it.
Okay, thanks.
All right, any other questions? All right, thank you. The applicant wish to present?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I am Collier Marsh with Parker, Poe, Adams, and Bernstein at 301 Fayetteville Street here on behalf of the applicant. We also have a number of members of our development team to answer any questions you may have. But we are excited to present this project. We're calling it the Arden at Summit Pines PUD. And Ms. Van Every already gave a very thorough description of the rezoning and a lot of those details. So I'll just hit some of the high notes in our presentation, starting here with some of the renderings of the senior community that we're proposing here. And again, the site and the surrounding area, so we're just north of the interchange of Jinks Road and 64. There's a lot of critical transportation improvements that are planned for that area, and this project will be a key factor in opening up some property to the west for future development and potential future commercial development, which I'll touch on as well. We're in the ETJ, and so we are requesting a concurrent annexation with this rezoning request, all in one hearing right now. As Ms. Van Every pointed out, this is currently designated office employment and commercial services on the future land use map, but we're across from a mixed-use center, and so we're proposing to add that high-density residential designation. One thing I do want to point out is that the residential use that we're proposing here is unique, and it is something different that's kind of a new housing type. A lot of jurisdictions actually don't treat it as residential and treat it as an institutional or another type of use based on the services we're providing, but we are still fulfilling the goal of having office employment and commercial services through our commitment to have a minimum of 30% of the site as dedicated to those uses. And ideally what we envision here, to touch on Councilmember Gant, your questions, are some neighborhood commercial uses that are frankly great for the surrounding area, that are walkable for folks in the community across the street and for folks in our community. I'll touch on the transportation improvements, but I do want to forecast to address your question. With the street connections that we're going to offer with this site, it's going to open up a lot of property to the west for future development. So it could, answer some of those questions as to why aren't requests coming in, because with the future planned closure of 64 to a controlled access highway, a lot of those sites are going to lose their access. And so you need to have a road originate that provides a separate access point, and that's what our project can provide. It's that first step to provide access to properties to the west that's not currently available if that was to become a controlled access highway. So again, the existing zoning, rural residential, and we're proposing a PUD conditional zoning across the street from another PUD conditional zoning, and so consistent with what's been developed in the surrounding area. But what is in that PUD? So as Ms. Van Every pointed out, there are two districts here. And so on the northern section of the property away from the street frontage is the residential district. That's a modified congregate care use, and I'll explain more about what the modifications are in a moment, but at a minimum, envision age 55 plus age restricted senior housing community. That commercial district is oriented along the Jinks Road frontage. There are a number of permitted uses in that district. We worked with staff to come up with, again, those neighborhood-friendly commercial uses. And ideally, for the senior housing community, we want something that's, again, a neighborhood amenity, something that's walkable, whether it's health care providers or restaurants or things like that. Pet services are something that we've seen with other projects for this same developer. So that residential district, the baseline, the physical details, maximum of 5 stories, but with topo, it's really going to be about a 4-5 split with 5 at the lowest elevations, maximum of 160 units. And so, as I touched on already, that use is a proposed modification of the town's congregate care use. And to explain what that is, if you'd envision a continuum between just baseline 55 plus senior living on one end and then congregate care as defined in the town's code on the other end, congregate care has a number of specific requirements. So you have to have food services on site. You have to have a number of personal services. There are physical requirements where you'd have controlled access. You have elevators and interior corridors. It's really a full care facility, and full care is provided in your rental price. So it's frankly pretty expensive. Now what we do is we come between those two uses, between just the baseline age 55 senior living and the congregate care, by committing to have the physical attributes of a congregate care facility. So we do have those interior corridors and elevators, we have controlled access, and then for the services, we don't mandate them as part of the rent. And so that's how we've modified the town's congregate care definition. It's an elective, you have to have at least one of those services, but they're not all required. What that allows us to do is party with third-party providers that can provide separate services, not part of your rent, and so you can move in and have no services. You don't have to have food if you don't want it. You don't have have to have medical care if you don't want it. You don't have to have the on-site salon if you don't want it. But as you stay in the community, you can elect to have those, and it's made readily available through the management. And so over time, you can add those costs as needed, you control them, but it allows as a lower entry point, and that lower entry point is targeted at a specific demographic, and that is the middle income senior demographic. And so this is a very large demographic, and it's expected to grow in years to come. And you can see the slide on the upper left-hand side, or the image on the upper left-hand side of this slide, shows where this product is targeted in the continuum of cost. And so it's on the lower end, generally targeting folks that make too much to qualify for Medicaid, but they don't have enough income to afford the higher cost senior housing options. And so examples of folks that fall within this category are folks retiring from teaching, law enforcement, and nursing. And again, in order to provide housing that's affordable for these folks, we have this a la carte model where you don't have to pay for everything up front, but you can if you want to. But in addition to providing housing for folks that fall within that income bracket, we're also providing true affordable housing with this project. And so these two excerpts come from the Town of Apex's Affordable Housing Plan. The intent here is just to show that, one, there's a recognized need for affordable housing, but two, that there's a recognized need for affordable housing for seniors. And so these affordable units would also be age restricted. So it's specifically providing affordable housing for seniors. So it's 6 units, 4 one-bedroom, 2 two-bedroom units. The AMI limit is 60%. Now, we had 70%, but with the recent AMI publications, the income levels actually went up, and so those rental costs went up. So in working with CJ, we moved it down to 60% just very recently. And then the term is 5 years. Now, again, the commercial district, we worked with staff to come up with neighborhood-friendly uses, and so there's a full list of uses. Ideally, the use should be something that's walkable for folks in the area, walkable for folks in our community, and walkable for folks in the Westford PUD across the street. And so, again, a neighborhood amenity. But again, what we can open up with that street connection that we're providing is future development where you can have the larger scale stuff that's just not available today. And so this slide talks exactly to those transportation improvements that are in the town's plans and the DOT's interchange plans and what our site is able to accomplish. So staff already outlined the frontage improvements that we're providing along Jinks Road. So we'll complete the full section of a 4-lane divided. There's a 10-foot side path along our frontage. And then there will be sidewalks internal to the site. The critical part here, though, we're also providing for, if you look at the town's plan on the upper left-hand side, the realignment of Jinks Road to allow for a future better alignment of Jinks and 64. It starts with our site where that road begins to bend. So although we're building out the full 4-lane divided right now with the current alignment, we're also dedicating the right-of-way in that corner to allow it to bend in the future when that road when that project is initiated. In addition, when you look to the slide on the lower right-hand side, because all of the property to the west of our site will lose access to 64 when 64 becomes controlled access, we're providing the initiation of that collector street that will eventually reach those properties and provide them access out. And it'll unlock those properties for future development because they wouldn't be providing driveways with all the uncertainty with how they would connect today. So we're building that in the first phase of development, and that also will have sidewalks on both sides, then connecting into the residential community at the rear of the site. We've also included environmental commitments. Those, most of those recommended by the EAB. We came in with some to start as well. The one commitment that we did not provide, there's 2 actually, but the one we didn't provide was pervious paver systems within the residential development because of senior residents to trip hazards. We want the streets to be as smooth as possible. We also did not add the requirement to have solar panels today. Part of that is because we have on the roof of the residential building, that's where the condenser units will be located, and so it's a matter of weight bearing capacity, and the solar options that are available today are too heavy to be designed with to be included with our building type. So what we're doing is we're providing the solar conduit to allow those solar panels to be installed at a time when the weight comes down to where the roof can bear it. The council has a number of considerations when they look at a PUD, both making sure that all the technical requirements are provided and also looking at the plan and the policy considerations as well. And we're confident that we've met all of these and that we've checked all the right boxes, but we're certainly happy to answer any questions and appreciate your consideration of this request.
All right, thank you, Mr. Marsh. Any questions? All right, hearing none. Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and open up public hearing for this item for comments. No signups, so we close. And it's back to council for discussion. Lead to a possible motion.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
So I'll just say, I find the argument that this is hitting a price point in a, a product that's needed in Apex. I find that argument persuasive, and I plan on supporting this project.
Thank you, Councilman.
Mayor, Mayor, if I may, I fully understand and can agree with Councilman Grant's desires to have more commercial activity. I think that's something that we should start to push more for, and I think that's something that as we start to see more rezonings, hopefully we'll see more and more commercial activity. However, when I look at the balance of this, we're still going to maintain some commercial activity. We're going to be getting a much needed resource within this town with regard to housing for a certain segment of our population that is in severe need for it. I remember during the planning board meeting, your discussion about the congregate housing, which I think is a process that, quite frankly, is good to be able to make that a la carte, because that ultimately opens this up for a lot more folks who ultimately may not have the resources immediately, but may have the need as time progresses. And finally, when we're looking at the affordable housing aspect of this, 6 units is significant. It makes a real difference. And I feel it's important as a body. We have put forth affordable housing as one of our top priorities. And I think it sends an inconsistent message if we take away from a good opportunity, especially when an applicant comes forward and says, yeah, I'm going to give you something at the 60% or the 100% AMI rate, and we say no. I think it sends an inconsistent message and creates problems for us down the road. So for those reasons, as well as others, I'll support this.
Thank you, Councilman.
I will say too that, I worked in retirement communities for quite a long time, and I know how difficult it was at that point in time for people to find something that was affordable that they at that age, and because their income levels are very consistent, a lot of them can't go out and get a job to pay for for housing. So having something like this in Apex, and my understanding is we don't have anything exactly like this in this area. So I'm glad to see this coming to the area, and I'll fully support it.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Anyone else?
I guess I'll chime in. I already said this once today. I think our non-residential parcels precious, and I think it needs a compelling reason to undo that land use. And although I think this is somewhat compelling, but when I compare this to what we had last week last meeting with the one on North Salem with the off-site improvements and the bus transit oriented improvements, the kind of problematic zoning that was already existing, this does not have any of that stuff. And so I think that made that one compelling to switch it from commercial to residential, and I'm not seeing it with this one in the same way.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman.
I will support this project. I appreciate the demographic that you are targeting. This is a much need in Apex. When we talk about housing affordability, we talk about that continuum from folks starting out, as some of us approved the earlier project for that reason possibly, and then for folks who are retiring. That whole continuum of affordability is what I'm looking for, and so this meets that need, and this will meet a need of that missing middle, which I appreciate. I appreciate that. So I will support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And all those who are in support, I won't repeat it, but for all the reasons given, I think this is a great project, and I think the applicant will present it. So is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Right.
I second it.
Motion second. Any further discussion?
Motions to approve the rezoning and the annexation.
And the annexation, yes.
Okay. All right. Thanks for that clarification. All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
All right. Motion passes 4-1. All right. Public hearing 6.
Good evening. My name is not Amanda Bunce, but I am here to do your UDO amendments tonight. So, the first set of amendments were requested by Planning Committee, and they are related mainly to neighborhood notice. And so we'll go through them individually here. The first one, neighborhood notice, would be a notification letter. This would be for minor site plans that do not require a neighborhood meeting. And they would have to be within 300 feet of residential land use and not had a rezoning approval in the previous 2 years. And this letter would include information about the developer and about the proposed project, and would provide information for the neighbors to contact both the developer, the developer's representative, and town staff. And this is partly related to a discussion we had previously about neighborhood meetings. So the neighborhood meetings, we had brought to you schools being required to have neighborhood meetings regardless of size. Planning Committee asked us to look at some additional uses, and those were daycare facility, government service, school public or private, restaurant drive-through, and convenience store with gas sales. And so we did bring that to the planning board, who originally had wanted all of the minor site plans to go through a neighborhood meeting, and they were in agreement that the letter was sufficient for those that were not on this list. So, and this is just showing the matrix that's in the UDO to add the notification letter and to add minor site plans meeting the specific conditions to have a neighborhood meeting. All right, so then this is just changing the section numbers from A to B because we added that notification letter as subsection A. And then in the use table, we had added school, public, or private as a supplemental standard, but now since we have additional uses, we're doing it in the in Article 2 instead of Article 4, so we're just taking it out of this section here. I'll stop here if you have any questions about that set of amendments. Did want to mention that we did make an update to the ordinance to have it effective July 1st. The reason is we're too close to the June meeting to give proper notice to folks who need to submit in June. But we'll make sure everybody that submits in July, meets all of these requirements. All right, so the next amendment is in regard to the supplemental standards for manufactured homes. This change is based on a recent change to state law. It prohibits any local ordinance from having a masonry curtain wall or masonry skirting. So we're removing the masonry requirement, and the skirting material can be any opaque or semi-opaque skirting material that meets building code. Amendment, do you have any questions? Okay, Amendment 3 is in regard to supplemental standards for daycare. We've had some requests in the light industrial district, and so we're recommending that it not be solely to the employees of the LI district use, but that it would not exceed 20% of the gross square footage of a building in which it's located, and that it would be located at least a quarter mile, so 1,320 feet from any gas and fuel wholesale use, which is related to Amendment 4. In one of our planning committee meetings, we had talked about the used gas and fuel wholesale. They tend to have large storage, above ground storage facilities. And so in discussion with fire chief, we talked about the types of uses that are difficult to evacuate. And so we've added daycare facility, school, public or private, hospital, and nursing or convalescent facility as those that we would want to see located at least a quarter mile from the gas and fuel wholesale use. And then we also added the word combustible. We just had flammable, and apparently they're two different things. So thank you to our fire folks for pointing that out. And then the last item, we've had several requests for accessory dwelling units, which we call accessory apartments, above detached garages. Particularly in our downtown area, a lot of our historic homes are only one story, and so they've not been able to meet the current standard in the ordinance. In discussions with folks who build these ADUs, we've determined that just by adding 5 feet to the detached accessory structure, they can do the garage with an accessory apartment above it. And so we're requesting this change. All right. Okay, this last one is a little long, but basically we have a section in the UDO that exempts very small projects from doing road improvements. And this is related to legal precedent and Supreme Court decisions that have been made. And so we have this in the ordinance, but it wasn't really clear that you still have to provide a safe ingress and egress in terms of the driveway. And we had a particular situation where the way the UDO was written wasn't exactly clear for the situation. And so basically, instead of just saying that a driveway apron is required, we actually need the installation of improvements required for safe ingress and egress of vehicles and emergency services accessing the site, including but not limited to installation of the paved driveway apron, necessary driveway relocation, and any roadway markings and signage associated with the driveway location. So they're not required to widen roads and put in turn lanes, but they cannot have the driveway somewhere where an existing turn lane would be in conflict with their driveway. So that's that one. That's everything we have for UDO amendments tonight. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Was there any issue that, specifically that precipitated amendment number 6?
Yes,
Was it on-
there's the historic house on Olive Chapel Road that there had been road improvements made by another subdivision, and there were going to be turning conflicts where folks were going to be trying to make a left turn into the site in a oncoming traffic situation. And so that project did not move forward, but before we get another one like that, we wanted to make sure that the ordinance was very clear about what was required.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Mayor, just a comment. I really appreciate the level of detail and getting into the minutia. It matters. When you guys are going back and forth and doing this sort of stuff, getting fire involved so that we understand the difference between combustible and flammable may sound a little bit funny, but it really does mean that we're saving lives. So I really appreciate the hard work that you guys are putting in on this sort of minutia, and it's something that the townsfolk need to remember, that this is here to help them live a better life. And appreciate what you guys are doing.
Sure, thank you.
And I want to highlight amendment number 1 again, which is the one involving the letters and the site plans, and just kind of underline a little bit for what we're doing here tonight. And I think this is going to be a great benefit to our residents. We've had a few issues, I think more than a few, I guess, where people come to us and say, something's happening, what's going on? There's shovels hitting the dirt, something's getting built, we don't know what's going on. And this is the amendment that we put together. And it was a long road to get here, and that's why it's partially why it's so complicated. There's a lot of compromises and talking to people and trying to find something that works. But at the end of the day, there would be more minor site plans which will involve the neighbors, or rather more neighborhood meetings for minor site plans for certain uses. And this letter, which kicks in if there hasn't been development or a rezoning over a certain length of time, we think is a good balance between an extra burden on the development community, but also providing notification to neighbors of what's going on around them. So happy with where we landed.
Thank you, sir.
And I failed to mention, I mentioned for Amendment 1 that the planning board was on board, but they actually recommended approval of all the amendments.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kent. All right, with that, we'll open up public hearing for comments. No sign up to speak tonight, so we'll close. It's back to council.
I'll make a motion to approve the amendments as presented.
I'll second.
All right, motion Mahaffey, second. Given. Further discussion? All right. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, passed unanimously. All right, we'll move to unfinished business 1. Ms. Lauren Meyer.
Hello again. So this was continued from your April 26th town council meeting. I'll go ahead and just briefly go over just the slides to kind of give you a refresher, and then kind of discuss what the 4 changes were since we have seen this back in April, if that's okay. So located in our southern ETJ. It's located in the intersection of Hume Olive Road and Old US 1 Highway. Currently zoned rural residential. Being proposed rezoning to neighborhood business conditional zoning. It identifies as high-density commercial services. It's also located near the neighborhood mixed-use activity center. And since the April 26 Town Council meeting, there have been 4 changes to the rezoning. The uses daycare facility and convenience store with gas sales has been removed. Zoning condition 10 has been added, as well as zoning condition number 14 that states a maximum of a single point of access shall be provided to each of Hume Olive Road and Old US 1 Highway. With these 4 changes, planning staff can recommend approval of the rezoning case 21 CZ 26. I'm happy to answer any questions. I know I went over that a little fast, but figured you saw it once, so
Perfect time.
saw it twice.
Any questions for Lauren? Comments? Okay. Is there a motion?
I'll make a quick comment. They did what we asked them to,
Okay.
so.
There it is.
It was a good reason
Yeah.
for delay.
All right. That's your motion?
I'll make a motion to
Okay.
approve.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'll second.
I think.
I'll second.
You want it? Okay.
Yeah, I'm taking it, man.
Okay. All right. Second, Mahaffey. Further discussion?
Yeah, I'll just add thank you to the applicant for addressing my concerns. You know, clearly you heard what I said. You made the changes I asked for, so I'll support the project.
And thank you for all your work as well. So, all
I
right.
think it was staff too who also asked and had the concerns, which I appreciate the applicant listening to.
I don't feel bad for making you wait till 9 o'clock at night to. I feel like we need to talk about it 15 more minutes.
No, we don't.
I mean, you've.
All right, we got a motion and a
Oh, okay,
second.
all right, man. That's cool. Let's move forward. then.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passed unanimously. Thank you, everyone.
We do need a signal like that box like we're talking about.
I know exactly. Okay, new business 1, Mr. Vance Holloman, Finance Director.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. November 3rd, 2015, the voters of Apex approved a GO bond referendum in the amount of $15 million for street and sidewalk improvements. Under our general statutes, that authorization is good for a period of 7 years and will expire November 3rd, 2022. Statutes permit the local government commission to grant an extension of additional 3 years, which would take that date out to 2025. To date, we have issued $8 million of those bonds, and at this point, we're uncertain if we'll be able to issue the additional bonds before the November 3rd, 2022 date. So we encourage the council to approve the resolution before you. It will first ask the local government commission to give us the extension, and second, it will direct the mayor and members of the staff to submit an application for an extension.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Holloman. Any question?
I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, motion to approve, Mayor Pro Tem.
I second it.
Second, Ms. Stallings. Further discussion? Vote, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passed unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Holloman.
Thank you.
All right, move down to updates by manager.
Nope.
New business.
Oh, we got, that's right. That's right.
That's right, man.
Man.
That's right. Yeah. Well, I don't want to take up too much of everyone's time tonight. I know we're here kind of late. What I want to discuss really briefly today is, if you remember, it's a couple months ago now, I think I talked to a few of you individually. I think I sent an email to a couple of you concerning the town council developing and adopting special rules of procedure related to how we run our meetings. I think it can add some clarity to how we work. I think we can actually codify some things that right now are essentially special rules, but we never actually wrote down, that, vary from Robert's rules in a certain way. I think we can bring some clarity to the committee process with this document. And I think we can bring some clarity to what I'm interested in as well is what's the procedure, for one of us to bring forward an item of business. What's the process to go through? Can anyone really tell me? What I did today is I added it to the agenda and we're talking about it. Like, is that the best way to do it? It sort of feels like you talk to the town manager, you talk to the mayor, hey, can you add this? Can we do this? Some structure there I think would be helpful, particularly for new council members coming on board and don't really know how to get engaged and put their ideas forward. So I bring it up tonight because, today we do have a new clerk who may have some context and some ideas from other bodies he's worked with. I think it's also the timing for the time of the year it is. As mentioned to the mayor earlier, we're about to go into July and take a little bit of a break. So I think kicking off the process now might, give us more time to work through as opposed to starting in the fall. So that's it. I wanted to start the process, and I think the way to do it, my preference would be to form what's called an ad hoc committee, where a couple of us would meet, direct that committee to prepare a draft, you know, talk to stakeholders, talk to all us, and then come forward, report back to the council in, you know, August or September with a draft for debate, potential adoption, or recommitting to a committee for further revisions. So that's it. That's what I wanted to say. I'm interested to hear your thoughts. And if not, I'll make a motion.
I think it's worth discussing. I think it's worth trying, you know, working through the issues, because I think you're right. Coming on board, not knowing how these processes work, it's a good idea to have it codified in writing. Take this step and then so on. So I think if that's what we're discussing, then that's,
Yes.
I think it's a good idea too.
Right. And I'll add, most other bodies do have a document like this, and I have some examples I can share with you guys later. But it's typical to have something like this. And we do effectively have some special rules, like the 3-minute thing, like the fact that we talk without having a motion on the floor is also technically not allowed under Robert's rules. That's typically some other documents I found. There's a special rule saying, hey, you're allowed to talk without a motion. That's something that would be in there. And like I said, the committee thing is big, and the process for us making, you know, proposing ordinance changes would be useful.
Okay. Anyone else?
You have an idea of who you want to be on there, on the committee?
Yes.
Who do you want to be on the committee?
I was going to propose myself and Mr. Gray,
Okay.
Councilmember Gray. We're the two kind of Robert's Rules nerds on the town council, and I think it'd be fun. We do it for fun, but also we could produce a document as well. Might be kind of cool. So that would be my proposal.
What about also a town clerk? Can that be possible?
They would be staff supporting the committee. Committees technically have to be made up of members of the body. So the committee would be myself and Mr. Gray, but the town clerk, the attorney I would invite as well, our town attorney, and the town manager, or one of the assistant town managers at her preference, I think would be other feedback. But I would want to engage and get everyone's ideas as to what they'd want to do with the document together.
And I think that the big picture goal is to come up with an idea of how do we formalize these processes that we've already had in place. And when you have somebody new like me showing up, it's a little easier to read the tea leaves when I can read the paper. And makes it a lot easier for, I think, for the public to be able to have an understanding of, hey, how does this get on the consent agenda? How does this become a new business item? I think those are good things that, you know, those who are in the community, you know, who have an interest, it would be a great way of getting them at least a little bit more of an idea of how these things happen. And who knows, maybe we'll encourage more participation when we start talking about things like budget from the community, because they'll feel like, oh, there's a process in which I can get involved. Here it is. Here's how I do it.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman. So with that being said, do you have a motion?
Yeah, Mayor, I'd like to move that we form an ad hoc committee called the Rules Committee to work on and present, consisting of myself and Councilmember Gray, with staff support from the clerk, the town attorney, and the town manager, to formulate a special rules of procedure for the Apex Town Council and bring forward a draft at the August, set a date of the second August meeting.
Okay. All right, thank you for your motion. There's a second.
I'll second that.
All right, second, Mayor Pro Tem. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, passed unanimously. Now to Manager Crosby. Thank you.
I don't know, Mayor. I don't know if we're gonna meet your
I knew you were gonna say that. I knew
your
it.
9:30 deadline. So just a couple of updates for the community, and then also an overview of some things that have happened over the last few weeks. So first, I just want to let community members know that on or around June 7th, we'll be doing a four-way stop test for 30 days at Salem and Chatham. And we'll also be monitoring feedback on how things are going with that that four-way stop. But it's a recommendation from NCDOT for us to do a study for that that intersection. On June 9th, we will have the S-Line Transit-Oriented Development Study Workshop from 1 to 4 and an open house from 5:30 to 7 for community members to come in and learn more about the S-Line Transit Development Project. On June 22nd, we have an open house for our parks plan. That's from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Senior Center. On June 28th, we will be changing out our artwork in the lobby. So we'll be having our artist reception for Laurel Park and Salem Elementary so that they can introduce their new artwork in the lobby. And then a couple things that have happened over the past couple weeks. Today, I had an opportunity to visit the Western Wake Treatment Center to learn more about the services that they provide for addiction services that they provide. And our public safety officers went with us, the chief, the deputy chief, and some other folks from the police department attended with us. It's a very, I think, a very important service in our community. And I did talk to the person in charge about connecting them to the substance abuse committee, and they're very interested in being a part of that.
Is that the one, I'm sorry to interrupt. Is that the one on North Salem?
Yes, I believe it is on North Salem. So I'll be connecting you to them. And then Councilman Mahaffey, Sean, and I had an opportunity to visit the Apex Commerce Center groundbreaking. So we're really excited about that new opportunity in our community and looking forward to that project being completed. We recently, last week, we had our downtown stakeholders meeting. That's something that we started last year to bring in our downtown businesses just to get feedback about town services and how we can improve those services and our communication with our business stakeholders. And then I had a couple of exciting things over the last couple of weeks. I had an opportunity to meet the Apex Bees, which I thought was really cool, and I would encourage all of the council members to go and meet the Apex Bees. Some are more eager than others, and we're more friendly than others, but you will be protected in a white suit that'll keep you protected. But it's actually a really good learning experience, and I just wanted to thank Philip Barnes for hosting me, and he is eager to host you all as well. I also had an opportunity to hang out with our public safety officers, with the police department at the firearms qualification. That was really fun and interesting, and I had a chance to, I think it was a 12 gauge. It was rifle. Yeah, that was a very interesting. I almost blew my shoulder out, but it was a good experience. So they're also happy to have you out there to visit them as well if you all are interested in that. But while I was out there, I had an opportunity to view the new training site that we're proposing in the budget out at Sharon Harris. And so I think that's going to be a much needed opportunity for us to provide additional training for our police officers. So excited about that. I also had an opportunity to hang out with our Lunch Apex alumni. We had our first alumni social that Economic Development hosted. And so I had a chance to meet some of our graduates and some of our board members with Lunch Apex last week. And then I do want to acknowledge two retirees, Mark Willing, who will be retiring on May 31st after 26 years with the town, and Audrey Jones, who will be retiring after 34 years with the town. Both will be retiring on Tuesday, May 31st. So I just want to say thank you to both of them for their service to the town. It's not often we're starting to see more folks transition out, but it's not often that you see that long-term commitment. And so we just want to say thank you for their service, and we wish them lots of fun and joy and happiness in their retirement. And then last but not least, we are closed on Monday in celebration of my birthday. My birthday is always Memorial Day weekend, and so I always say that is our holiday celebration for my birthday. So just as a reminder, we will be closed on Monday. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Crowley. All right, good report.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, there was one matter that the town manager asked me to remind her about, which was to say, and I'll just take credit for this, which is great job with the mayor's substance abuse task force meeting. It was an absolutely necessary thing, and I know when me and the town manager discussed it, that's one of those things that ultimately helps make Apex a much better place. So we salute your leadership on that, because it does make a difference, not just within the town, but over the entire region. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, good report. We'll now go into closed session. Motion to enter into closed session to preserve attorney-client privilege and discuss the town negotiate position to acquisition of real property, closed session 1 and 2. Is there a motion?
So move.
All right.
A second?
Yeah. Ms. Stallings. All right. Discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, passed unanimously. We're moving to closed session. motion to come out of closed session?
So moved.
All right,
Second.
all right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, unanimous. All right, we'll move to resolution authorizing condemnation to acquire a sewer easement. Is there any particular language we need to have?
Just a motion to approve resolution authorizing condemnation to acquire sewer easement.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I'll make that motion.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem. Second.
Second.
Second, Gant. Discussion? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, passed unanimously. Resolution authorizing fee simple condemnation proceedings related to the improvement of the Apex off-street public parking facilities and system. Your motion?
So moved.
Motion, Gant.
Second.
Second. Discussion? I will start off the discussion. I'm completely opposed to this condemnation. I think the Mills family have paid their price with the New Hill project, with the wastewater treatment plant, and I'm totally discouraged by this condemnation. Any other discussion?
Yeah, I'm not in support of the condemnation either.
Okay, any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
All right. I didn't, what was yours?
I voted in favor of
In favor, all right. Motion passes 4-1. All right, that's the business for tonight. Meeting is adjourned.